Turkeytown, tonight at 10 on GBH2.
What happens when your child's school is falling apart, but the funding just isn't there to fix it? In Massachusetts, suburban schools get the most state support, so struggling urban districts are forced to find their own ways to improve their aging classrooms.
Nothing more important than school buildings. That's where our kids are. So it's very important that we have a coherent and equitable funding structure to support that work.
I'm Trajan Warren. You can find the rest of that story online at gbhnews.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on the 11 o'clock hour of BPR. Another day, another survey showing Americans are more isolated and more lonely than ever. The latest numbers show it's not the oldest or the youngest among us who are struggling the most, but the middle, people in their 40s. We'll open phone and text lines to hear from you. How can we stop bowling alone and reconnect in an ever-polarized America? Please call or text.
I'm Marjorie Egan. That is retired federal judge Nancy Gertner. She's among dozens of retired judges speaking out in the media about the calculated and targeted disintegration of the rule of law in courts all across the country at the hands of the Trump administration. We'll ask her about that, presidential pardons, and more. It's all ahead, 11 o'clock hour at BPR and GBH and NEPM.
Live from NPR News, I'm Janine Herbst. The presidents of Congo and Rwanda are in Washington today, where they're due to sign a historic peace agreement. The Trump administration brokered the deal, hoping to solve long-standing conflict in eastern Congo. But fighting on the ground has continued, as Emmett Livingstone reports.
The Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and Rwandan leader Paul Kagame are due at the newly renamed Donald J. Trump Institute for Peace in Washington, where they'll sign off on a peace agreement between their countries. While there's some optimism that the US-brokered peace initiative will yield results, that hope is slim. Congo and Rwanda already agreed to the deal over the summer, but it's hardly been implemented. Heavy fighting with M23 rebels in eastern Congo continued this week. It's a tense but symbolic moment. Tshisekedi and Kagame are bitter enemies. Earlier this year, the two African countries nearly descended into war after M23 rebels, who are backed by Rwanda, captured eastern Congo's two largest cities. For NPR News, I'm Emmett Livingstone in Kinshasa.
A two-day CDC advisory panel meets today on whether newborns should still get the hepatitis B vaccine, the first shot found to prevent cancer. Current health recommendations suggest all babies be vaccinated at birth, but Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s committee is expected to vote to change that. NPR's Ping Wong has more.
First of all, the group is going to be voting on whether to drop the recommendation that hepatitis B vaccines be given to babies at birth. This is a policy that's been in effect for more than 30 years. Also, they're going to be discussing the overall vaccine schedule, which is who gets which vaccines and when, and also what goes into vaccines.
A dozen former leaders of the FDA are warning that the proposed changes to the current vaccine schedule could put the nation's health at risk and undermine public trust in the health system. Activist groups across southeast Louisiana are conducting trainings as the federal immigration crackdown in New Orleans is underway. Report for America Corps member Alex Cox has more.
Dozens gathered at a church in Baton Rouge for a workshop on filming immigration and customs enforcement officers legally and peacefully. The group Ojos had attendees role-play as bystanders, people without legal status, and ICE agents. Organizer Rachel Tabor says encounters with law enforcement can be uncomfortable, even dangerous, so it's important to practice in advance.
It's important to teach our constitutional rights to all of us, because we cannot live free unless we actually use our rights.
The federal government is calling the operation Catahoula Crunch. In a press release, the Department of Homeland Security says the operation is targeting violent criminals. For NPR News, I'm Alex Cox in Baton Rouge.
Wall Street is trading in mixed territory at this hour. You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH newsroom in Boston, I'm Craig Lamolt. Temperatures are dropping into the teens tonight and tomorrow, creating dangerous conditions for the city's most vulnerable populations. Barbara Trevisan of the shelter provider Pine Street Inn says outreach teams will mobilize throughout Boston to offer warm drinks, blankets, and a ride to one of their 4 shelters, all of which will be open 24/7. She says they won't turn anyone away despite increasingly limited space.
We had about 500 or so people around this time last year. We have about 600 or so people at this point this year. So definitely we are seeing increased numbers.
If someone is in an emergency situation and requires immediate care, Trevisan recommends calling 911 to help people struggling outside in the cold. State officials are reaffirming their promise to keep childhood vaccinations available in Massachusetts. Governor Maura Healey held a meeting with pediatricians, public health workers, and other experts on Wednesday amid concerns a federal advisory panel could drop certain recommendations for childhood vaccinations. The governor says Massachusetts will preserve access to shots like the hepatitis B vaccine, no matter what the federal government decides.
We'll do whatever it takes because we don't want to see people exposed unnecessarily or needlessly due to reckless and misguided policy changes from the federal administration.
As you've been hearing on NPR, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is expected to review the childhood vaccine schedule at its meeting that starts today. A slight chance of snow today, temperatures reaching the upper 30s, and it's going to get cold overnight, going down to about 10 degrees, and that cold sticks around tomorrow, the high in the mid-20s. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Sony Pictures Classics, presenting Merrily We Roll Along, a new cinematic interpretation of the Stephen Sondheim musical starring Jonathan Groff, Daniel Radcliffe, and Lindsay Mendez, in movie theaters starting December 5th.
He's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH on NEPM as well. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim is no longer in the Red Room.
Nope, I'm here.
I hope you enjoyed yourself. At 12:45, Congressman Bill Keating zooms in, and at 1 o'clock, the Levies perform here in Studio 3. This is going to be great. They're playing Hanukkah songs. The songs are fantastic. Andrea Cabral. And
this is real great music, by the way. This is not just like dreidel.
Well, one of the stars is from Guster.
Yeah.
And that was from the Zambonis guys, the band that writes about the Zamboni machines.
Hockey music.
Ice hockey music and the Zambonis. Ha, ha, ha. I'll be at the library tomorrow. Jim has a day off. I'll be there with Andrea Cabral at the Boston Public Library tomorrow. Hi, Jim.
By the way, the reason I have the day off tomorrow is because having to come in one day this week was a bit much for me. It was a bit much. By the way, one last thing you should be teasing. Craig was just talking, as was the national news, about the Advisory Committee on Vaccines. RFK Jr.'s faux Advisory Committee on Vaccines meeting today to revise the guidelines at 12:30. We're going to be joined by the Dean of the Yale School of Public Health to talk about that and many other public health issues.
That is correct.
We've talked about this a lot on the show as Americans get increasingly isolated and disconnected from each other. From Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone to the pandemic and political polarization, new research out today shows that we're getting lonelier and younger than ever lonelier. A new study from AARP shows that those in their 40s and 50s may be the loneliest of us all. Nearly half of adults, that's incredible, nearly half of adults between 45 to 49 say they're lonely. There's a pretty notable gender gap. More men report having no close friends than women. Perhaps no shocker there. So the lines are open at 877-301-8970. How are you avoiding loneliness, if you are? Is it a pocket computer? You know, we're theoretically able to connect to people we love and access cultures around the world. That doesn't seem to be working. Maybe that's because doom scrolling helps nobody but the tech big boys. So are you forcing yourself to go out and see other human people in the human person flesh? Is it communal dining? Is it reconnecting with family? What's the antidote to this? Or is it simply an unavoidable product of the deep political and cultural divides in this country? 877-301-8970. These numbers are really like frightening.
Well, young people, they think it has a lot to do with social media, which we should probably call unsocial media because that seems to keep people in their little
cocoons.
Yeah, Vivek Murtha, the Surgeon General. Is he still a Surgeon General?
Nope.
I think he's gone. Yeah, I don't think he would last long because he said gun violence was a public health issue, so I guess he'd be gone for that if nothing else. But anyway, he had this great line. We've gone from confidants to contacts. We've gone from these friendships that we actually talked about our issues with other people to contacts that you get reaction to on your Instagram posting or your X posting or whatever it is. And Ezra Klein, the guy that writes for the New York Times, he does a big podcast too, which is a very good podcast. And we talked about hanging out together. There's a lot of loneliness among young people too in their 20s, and one of the things, obviously, if you go to college or you're not going to college, maybe you're renting a place with a couple of your buddies, you hang out. You get 3 or 4 people in your apartment. That changes a lot as you get older when you're not.
Well, except if you read a piece that we had this morning too, young women are feeling lonely even if they have friends.
Well, yeah.
There's a loneliness so it's clear that isn't the sole cause, the absence of friends, but clearly a major step in the right direction is being out in the world and trying to make connections with people, which apparently are disappearing. So,
and the last thing, I don't know if you mentioned this already, but the link between loneliness and political violence.
No.
That people who are very, very lonely are more likely to say that there are some circumstances, and they're in the minority, thank goodness, but there are some circumstances in which they feel that political violence is okay. And as you said, women feel more loneliness than men.
Well, actually, I didn't say that. I said the opposite. That in this middle-aged group, it's a made thing.
Young women.
But young women, exactly.
Well, young women feel more loneliness than young men, and middle-aged group is.
So we're going to keep feeding you contradictory information. Whatever information moves you, that's the information. People are lonely.
We're lonely. That is the bottom line.
Close to 50% of 45 to 49-year-olds in this country feel loneliness, which is just. Even if you feel momentary loneliness, I've felt it, I'm sure you've felt it, not in long-lasting kind of ways. Even when you feel it for limited periods of time, it's totally disabling, totally depressing, totally horrible when half of the American people are saying, and it's pretty obvious to me, isn't it obvious to you, that even if you do know people, the divide is so deep that that's, I think, why people feel alone.
And the other thing is, I think that and this is not contradictory. This is actually in some of these stories that one of the things that puts people absolutely over the edge is when they lose the dog.
Well, why is that surprising to you?
Well,
we've talked a million times how many people feel the dog is closer to them than the rest of their family.
It may underlie the future where many people will substitute the robot for the dog.
Get a dog instead of the husband or the spouse.
Or they'll get an AI friend or a robot dog.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know, by the way, did we learn, we talked about this about a year ago before we get to the calls, 877-301-8970. Didn't the UK, some prime minister over there, set up the Secretariat, the name is wrong, Secretariat of Loneliness or something, meaning it's such a public health issue that they decided to address it head on kind of thing.
But you had this image that it was all these little old ladies that lived till into their 80s or 90s that were by themselves in their little apartments, and it turns out it's not that. Now,
can I add one more thing to this conversation, which I hadn't thought about until I just saw this text, someone jokingly saying, anonymous text. I talk to my AI friend every day, always validates me and agrees with everything I say. There was a piece, I've talked about this a lot in the Boston Globe magazine, I don't know, about a month ago, about a woman who was really suffering from loneliness and isolation. And she created an AI family, which I thought was scary in some ways. And her own therapist is quoted in this piece saying it was very helpful to her and allowed her to ultimately have real human relationships, even though the AI thing continues. So that's another part of this. Is AI going to help people relieve their loneliness? I have a hard time believing that, but there's a lot of people who are saying their personal experience is otherwise. 877-301-8970.
Seth in Rhode Island?
No, read it.
I take care of my mom full time. It's very lonely. If I didn't have my radio friends.
Oh, my God.
You and me, Jim.
Oh, my God.
I'd be lost. Well, Seth, that's a lovely call, but I don't think we're enough.
Yeah, but, that's really something.
But thank you very much. And taking care of your mother. You're obviously a very good son.
By the way, I don't want to name names, but I spent part of the weekend over Thanksgiving with a woman who was a caregiver for her elderly mother. And I hadn't even thought of that till that Seth text came in. And the loneliness that she expressed, and she's with this woman who she loves, by the way, needless to say, almost 20 plus hours a day. And her description of what her life is like is just...
Well, you know, it's another sad situation. Many people are very lonely in their marriages. Yeah. It's tough times, Jim, tough times. Let's go to Louise from Bedford. Thank you for calling.
Hi, Louise. Welcome.
Hi. How you guys doing?
I think we're good. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. So about loneliness, I'm 65 years old in 2 weeks. Happy birthday to me.
Hi. Happy birthday.
Always in friends. There's no age limit.
Are you washing the dishes as you're talking to us, or what are you doing, Louise?
No. I'm literally actively on my way to a protest in Burlington at the ICE detention center.
Good for you. Sorry, there was a lot of crappy noise in the background, but keep going. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I put my windows up. I'm in my angry elf costume.
Yo.
I have a nun costume. I have a banana costume. So basically, I lost friends a few years ago due to politics, and then I had kind of a fallow period. And now because of Donald Trump, thanks to him, I'm very busy going to protests and meeting awesome people and the best people I've ever met. And it's just a wonderful, rejuvenating experience. And so go get out there and do something.
That is a spectacular call from beginning to end, sort of the other side of the story of the polarization of the time of Trump.
Well, Louise, you're touching on something that Vivek Murtha, again, the former Surgeon General, talked about, that you need to get out and do something bigger than yourself, get involved in kind of service, get involved in volunteering, get involved in the community. And I think that's a great example, Louise. Thank you so much for that. And there's another story that talks about maybe what we need is more potluck dinners. People don't have dinner parties because there's too much work and it's too much stress and too much trouble. Well, if everybody brings something and just have a casual kind of thing.
By the way, don't you think that's the burden is small, and you're, for lack of a better word, maybe not the most appropriate, forced into a setting where you talk to other people and have connections. I'm with that. Okay,
877-301-8970 is the number. Susan from Brookline, thank you for calling.
Hi, Susan.
Oh, hi. I love your show.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I had a different perspective on the loneliness. I have a young granddaughter who has trouble making play dates. We have trouble for play dates after school because all of the other kids are an extended day because their parents work. And unlike when my kids were little, they got off the bus and, run around and play with the neighborhood kids. It's almost impossible to find a child around after school.
How old's the kid?
That's a great point.
How old's the kid?
8.
So what are you doing about
grade.
it? What's the family doing about it?
Well, last year I took her to gymnastics and then I took her to swimming.
That's great.
This year her mom actually got her into extended day 2 days a week.
Yeah.
So that she would be with other kids her age.
Good. That's great.
Other than that, I pick her up and I'm the playmate.
Good for you.
Susan, I tell you something. My kids went to extended day forever, and I thought it was great. You got to pay for it, so it's money out of your pocket. But I think the thing is, there are very few mothers or parents that can not be at work all day long, and that's why there are no kids in the neighborhood.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So
Susan, good for you.
extended day could be a good solution. By the way, the people that run extended day, they're always wonderful. They have these great games outside, and they teach kids,
No, it's really great. They're all making like $1.50 an hour, so it's fabulous that they're doing.
Well, some of them have managed to get decent raises.
So can we put? I mentioned Bowling Alone, and I have to say I enjoyed our conversation with Robert Putnam, the writer of the legendary Bowling Alone, for 25 years ago, whenever it was.
Yeah,
he was with us a few weeks ago in October. Here's a little relevant piece of what Bob had to say.
Well, we should join everything that we can that brings us face to face with other people, especially if it brings us face to face with other people who are unlike us. It doesn't mean we have to be the good government meet your enemy list. Yeah. It could be a gardening group the reason bowling was such a good example is by the way, do you know more Americans bowl today than vote?
I did not until he told us.
After we talked to him, I was ready to join a bowling league, but I kind of lost my enthusiasm.
Well, why? His basic why?
I don't know.
Bowling is great.
I don't know. I don't even know how you do it.
Were you any good at bowling?
No, I was okay.
Do you remember when Obama was on the Tonight Show or something, and he talked about a horrible bowling score, and he said he made a joke, which was obviously not a joke, about he'd qualified for the Special Olympics.
Oh, that's right.
And he had to apologize, as he should, the next day. Can you imagine this president apologizing for anything, any remark?
Well, yeah, especially since some of the Special Olympians could probably bowl better than he could.
Well, that's probably true. Hey, 877-301-8970. The basic message for Robert Putnam, if you haven't read Bowling Alone or didn't hear him with us, and by the way, it's online at GBH or YouTube.com/GBH. Just search it. Is go to anything where it allows you to interact and meet with other people.
Here's somebody who's surrounded by people. It doesn't seem to matter. I am married with 3 children, 13 to 21. I'm at the age group 40 to 50. Feel loneliness almost every single day with affordability, all the cruel things in the world, and there seems to be no end in sight. Not much to look forward to. I mean, that's sort of a despair kind of thing combined with loneliness. And they do say in these stories the disconnection that you do feel from other people because of their politics. You do have to not talk about it if you're going to have any kind of relationship.
But that's so phony is the problem.
I know.
It's not real. And so doesn't that create a barrier that even if you're with that person, you're really not with that person?
I told you about my friend who moved to Florida.
No,
yeah,
what
she moved. She moved to Florida, and they had the neighbors over a couple of times for like cookouts and stuff. They didn't really talk about politics. And the day before the big this is a couple of years ago, the day before the big takeover at the White House, the QAnon supposed to come down and grab all the pedophiles and fly them off to wherever. The neighbors came over and they wanted to make sure they had everything they needed for the QAnon day. And my friend's saying, "What's the QAnon day?" So, well, Donald Trump is going to kill all the pedophiles or take them off to prison. There's going to be this big insurrection. Make sure you have enough water, enough tuna fish to get through the days. She said she had no idea that these people were like full-fledged living in the QAnon cloud.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, could you have a cookout with them after that?
I think not. I think not. Brenda in Littleton, welcome to the show. Hi, thanks for calling.
Hi. I just wanted to say I am in my mid to and a few years ago, a group of us got together one by one at a time, and we put together a neighborhood in Littleton. We built it over the course of 7 years, and it is the first co-housing community, senior co-housing community in New England. And we did this because we were all older. We saw very few options for making friends and being surrounded by community. And so little by little, we marketed ourselves and built a group. And eventually, with a lot of help, we found a developer. We found land. A lot of us are of moderate incomes. And we, over the course of 7 years, we're finally able to move in. And it has been incredible experience. And
Brenda,
wait a minute.
Brenda, there's a famous co-housing place in Cambridge, so I actually know more about it than
but what
many.
Is this?
Can you describe?
Does
describe
it mean like 7 women and
describe what co-housing is, Brenda.
Co-housing is when people get together however they wish to do it, and they create a neighborhood, literally. There are 2 co-housing communities in Cambridge, and there's one that opened up in Malden, I believe. It's in an urban environment, and people get together. They put their resources together. They find people to help them do the building.
But to be clear, though, there may be common living room. There may be common kitchens, place where people connect in addition to their own private space. It's fabulous.
How'd you find these people that wanted to do it with you, Brenda? Are they friends or just...
No, first of all, Jim is right. We have a common house, and that is the heart of the community.
Yeah, it's great.
In co-housing communities, you all have your separate dwellings. You could live in your dwelling. It's like an apartment or it's like a house. You can just be with people when you want and not when you don't want to be with people. And the way that my husband and I found it is that years ago, we lived in Acton. There was a community newspaper, and there was a little advertisement that said, if you're interested in joining and hearing more about co-housing, we're beginning to put together a senior co-housing community, and there were only 4 of us, and none of us knew each other.
You know, Brenda, can I just add one thing to this? So that you mentioned your age at the beginning of this thing. I want people to know, because I learned, I don't want to mention his name because I don't know. He's a very famous photographer who you know well, who we've had a lot to, and he lives in one of the 2 co-housing things in Cambridge. And the reason I'm bringing that up for people who didn't know about before, it's not just for people who are older. He got involved in it when I think he was in his late 30s. Whenever it moves
Is
you...
it cheaper, though?
Well, it can be, because you share some expenses and that kind of thing. But the bottom line is the most important thing is you're with other people. Brenda, that was great, and thanks.
Just before you go, though, Brenda, is it cheaper because the cost of housing...
It totally depends on the circumstance.
Well, she said she was...
It really depends. It really depends on where you're building it.
Yeah.
It's generally cheaper. I mean, it's market rate. They're market rate units. They're market rate houses.
Okay.
But what you are sharing is you're sharing resources. You don't have to buy a lawnmower.
Exactly.
All those things.
Okay. Yeah, the landscaping. Yeah, I got it.
Hey, Brenda, that was fabulous. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Thanks.
So maybe I can look forward to that, Jim, instead of the granny flat that I was planning on in the backyard. You know, the granny flat.
I know what it is. Yeah, ADUs, we call them. Is that not right? By the way, Emil in Marlborough, I feel the need to read this. I'm not lonely. I send text messages to you two so I can get the reassuring response message. Thanks for messaging Jim and Marjorie. By the way, Emil, I want to say to you,
know we did that.
and Marjorie is one of the primary. We've been trying for 2 years to gain the capacity to respond to text messages. We are told it is relatively close, but we totally empathize
we're not
whatever
able
the
to
word
do that
is.
yet.
And we're sorry for that.
Here's another good text. Dirty Martini BPR, meet up at the stockyard.
Exactly.
How about that idea?
That's
we talked
Marjorie's
about that
mentorship.
yesterday.
Tammy in Bradford, hi.
Hi. I was just calling as a parent of a 19-year-old who deals with loneliness and feels like she doesn't have any real friends. When kids are together, and, these are kids that grew up in the pandemic, during that time that they should have been learning to socialize, when they are together, they're all on their phones. They're not getting to know each other. And I think that's incredibly detrimental.
Yeah, you see that so often. There'll be a group of 4 kids, teenagers at a table somewhere, and they're all on their phones.
Well, Tammy, we've talked about him before. Jonathan Haidt, who wrote the what's the name of Haidt's book, by the way?
Age of Anxiety.
Yeah,
something like that.
There are whole different levels. In some cases, much more dangerous than just not talking to each other. But
it's
social
the anxious
media,
generation.
Anxious generation.
Sorry.
And phones. It is the root of almost all evil. Tammy, thanks for sharing that with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I hope your daughter. That's tough. It's very tough not to have friends when you're a teenager. Very tough.
Well, it's not, but what she's describing, I think we should have mentioned this in other it's not just young people. You go to, I hang out at coffee shops. It's my one, other than restaurants, my one sort of third space kind of joy. I would say on a typical time, 80% of the people are looking at their phones. It's even if they're with another person and talking, in the midst of that conversation, they're looking down at their phone as if there's some need to check in. It's really...
Greg has volunteered to join a bowling league with me.
With you, I think.
Thank you, Greg. I'll let you know. I'll let you know if I get
Zoe
anywhere.
just asked the question.
What?
She says, Jim, this sounds like Marjorie. Have you ever, initiated a conversation at the coffee shop? And I want to say to you, because that really is insulting, the answer is no, I have not. I do occasionally respond if someone says something to me, but I'm not a conversation initiator.
Well, your great line is, can we get together next Tuesday? Can we get together next Thursday? How about...
That's not just me. How about never? Is never good for you? I stole that from the New Yorker, the best cartoon ever. Ever.
Okay. We're talking about loneliness, and you would think it's just people who are old and alone because they've lost their spouses, their family. It's all through the age groups, young people, 40s, and everything. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. This is BPR and GBH and NEPM streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, the mountainous, craggy, gooey, lopsided wonder that has become a national obsession. Levven Bakery's cookies. Founders Pam Weeks and Connie McDonald join us as they mark 30 years in business with a new book. Plus, Massachusetts native Matt Doyle, the Tony Award-winning actor, is coming home for the holidays with his show, Make the Season Bright. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Rogers Fish Company, offering an array of holiday seafood gifts and gift cards. Their signature double clam chowder is also available for purchase at Market Basket. More at rogersfishcompany.com. And the trustees, presenting Winterlights, a celebration of seasonal sparkle with light displays in Stockbridge and Canton, Massachusetts, running Wednesday through Sunday nights through early January. Advance tickets required. More at thetrustees.org/winterlights.
Welcome back to BPR and NEPM and GBH, Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Back at the library tomorrow. If you're just tuning in, we're talking about loneliness, and the new AARP survey at least surprised Marjorie and me. We both thought the crisis in America around loneliness was primarily the old and the young. In fact, AARP shows almost 50% of people 45 to 49 years old say they are lonely. The number is 877-301-8970.
We've gotten a bunch of great texts. Here's just a couple of them. Chris from Taunton. It's double lonely in a marriage that is politically divided. I can attest to the despair involved. You know, that's so true, Chris. I think it's really, really hard if you're in this particular moment. Remember Charlie Baker always talked about how he grew up with a Republican father and a Democratic mother, and they would have conversations over the dinner table. It's like it's all gone now.
My mother, I've told you this before, my mother, when she was an office manager at some company, her best friend was a big Richard Nixon supporter. My mother thought JFK was the greatest politician who ever lived, and talk about a divide in that time, and they were the best of friends, and they talked about it, and there was just, that kind of divide was in a totally different time.
Yeah, no, it wasn't totally different. My father was a Nixon person. I couldn't believe it.
Tell me that.
Yeah,
really?
He was pretty conservative.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway,
Zoe,
here's one more good one. I'm sorry.
1 second, Zoe.
Get a dog. It's incredible how many people we have met at the dog park while walking our dog. Our closest friends are a couple we met at the dog park just before the COVID, ended up in a pod during COVID, and have now been in each other's weddings.
And by the way, if that doesn't suit you, you know what you can do? You can rent a dog and say it's your dog. Zoe in Roslindale, you're what are you? You're next on BPR. Hello there. Hi.
Hello. Hi. First time caller, long time listener.
We really appreciate both. Thank you.
So the one thing I haven't heard anybody mention is music as the ultimate connector of people.
That's great.
For people of all ages. So especially since the pandemic, there's been a decline in the third place, which you've mentioned a couple of times. But one of the best third places is to go see live local music. I'm not talking about shows at the Garden or the House of Blues. I'm talking about places like the Beehive and Wally's and Toad and Orchid 7 and Dedham. And there are so many places around where there are world-class musicians. I mean, we're really fortunate here in Boston that we have some of the best musicians in the world because of the institutions that we have here. I'm fortunate to teach at Berkeley, and many of my colleagues, when they're not on tour, they're playing on like Tuesday or Wednesday night at these tiny little clubs where there's no cover. And the beauty of it is that if you're a socially awkward person, you don't have to talk to people. You can just show up.
So
you're with people.
So
yeah,
Zoe, are you talking about showing up by yourself at these places?
Absolutely.
Wow.
By the way, Zoe,
or with friends.
And you mentioned your Berkeley. Our former colleague, who we talk about a lot, Brian O'Donovan, his famous line was, "Live music is where it's at." And when you talk to Brian, it wasn't just about how entertaining it is, but it's because of the communal aspect of the thing. So he was totally with you, and that's a perfect first call, and we hope you make another one soon, Zoe. Thank you for that's a wonderful point, by the way. I totally agree.
You know, a lot of people are mentioning these things you can get online, these meetups where people have a shared interest, and they go to bird watching together at the Mount Auburn Cemetery, or service clubs, or church things, scouting. Well, I guess you can be.
The first caller today was like a meetup. The first caller was on her way in a banana outfit or something to an ICE protest thing. That's a variation on a theme, And she said the best friends I've ever met in my life. So I'm totally with that too.
Emil in Marlborough says he's not lonely because he sends text messages to us so he can. Oh, we already read that one. I thought he said it.
But I think reading it a second or third time is probably make it even better. You know
Sorry,
what I mean?
Emil, I didn't mean to read it again. Maybe you like that, actually, that I read it again.
I like that you read it
again. Okay, let's go to Mel in Acushnet.
No, it's in Roslindale, too.
Roslindale,
Hey,
sorry.
Mel. How are you, Mel? Nice to talk to you.
Hi there, guys. So because of my background, I decided to start going to the Spanish-speaking services at my church.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
that's
incredible. And so it opened up a whole new world. They also have a one-night prayer group, and I just want to say this in all contexts. Any place where you have music you want to dance to, meditate with others, and then you talk to these people who you didn't know before. I have quite a few friends, and it's been marvelous. And Marjorie, a few months ago, you said that where are the Catholics? They're at the Spanish service.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned that because we have the church I go to in Chestnut Hill, they have a Spanish mass
I didn't know that.
every Sunday. Yeah. And the music is terrific. I mean, everybody's dancing. It's not kind of the boring hymns. It's a much better repertoire. Unfortunately, there was ice outside the...
Is that really true?
Yeah, that was a few weeks ago. We haven't seen them since. But the Spanish masses are very uplifting.
Hey, Mel, that was great. We know who you are. Say hi to the family, and it's great to hear from you, by the way, as always. Thanks. 877-301-8970. We're talking about loneliness. By the way, just to be accurate for a change, it's called the Minister of Loneliness. That's what the UK created a bunch of years ago to directly address the problem. You think they'll be doing that in America anytime soon?
Not at this
anytime
particular
soon,
administration.
exactly.
But these are the kinds of things. I thought Vivek Murthy was great, talking about loneliness, talking about guns as a public health issue.
Parental
not
crises.
Just a crime issue. Yeah, freaking out because the nuclear family, we should rethink the nuclear family because it's hard to do it all by yourself.
The new Surgeon General on a similar theme is saying you should arm yourself. So that's it's a beautiful
I don't
thing.
even know who the new Surgeon General
I have
is.
no
Do you?
idea who it is either.
He's sort of been playing a under the radar
Well,
role.
how do you know it's a man?
I don't know. It could be a woman.
We have no idea who it is. You're about to
Okay.
say hello to a caller. We're out of time.
By
the way, there was colossal interest in this. We will return to this in a week or two to continue getting your thoughts.
Yeah,
they were
and
all
somebody
great.
just texted that said they're in their 30s and they remember life before smartphones when connections felt more genuine. So I think that's really true. Anyway,
thanks for your great
thank you
calls.
very much for your great calls.
They were great.
We're going to be talking up next to retired federal judge Nancy Gertner about a lot of the legal issues in the Trump administration. The rule of law is unraveling. The Justice Department is kind of falling apart.
You think so?
Yes, and judges are actually sounding the alarm in addition to being buried under a mountain of work. So we're going to talk with Nancy Gertner. Up next, I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
China makes almost 3/4 of the world's electric vehicles. The megacity of Shenzhen is at the center of that EV dominance.
The buses in Shenzhen have been completely electric since 2017. The taxis have been completely electric since 2018. And now 85% of new vehicles sold here are fully electric.
A Chinese city at the cutting edge of electric cars, next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Minus 33 Merino Wool in Ashland, New Hampshire. Since 1916, makers of all-natural merino wool underwear, outerwear, and New Hampshire-made socks. Their merino wool clothing and accessories are available at minus33.com. And the Box Center, presenting the 25th Annual Anthony Williams Urban Nutcracker, a holiday classic with a blend of classical and modern dance, at the Box Center Schubert Theater December 13th through the 21st. Tickets at boxcenter.org.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Marjorie and Andrea Cabral will be hosting tomorrow at the library. Ask the Mayor is the 16th. Ask the Governor is the 23rd. 12:30 today, we have the Dean of the Yale School of Public Health, and 1 o'clock, fabulous music, and it's for Hanukkah. But if you're not into Hanukkah, don't turn it off. They are spectacular. Two of the participants, one from Guster, a fabulous band, the other from Zambonis, which I just heard about. They're playing live in our studio at 1. For the latest iteration of On the Docket, we're joined now via Zoom by retired federal judge Nancy Gertner. Judge Gertner is a senior lecturer at Harvard Law School and a BPR contributor. Hello there, Judge. How are you?
Hi there.
Hi, Judge Gertner. Thank you for joining us. So we've had a lot of pardons coming out of the Trump administration. The president of Honduras, major drug dealer, convicted 45 years in jail, took $1 million bribe from El Chapo and stuff. He got pardoned by the president. Now he's pardoning this Democratic representative, Henry, I always mispronounce Cuellar, thank you very much, from Texas, who was accused of bribery, money laundering, and conspiracy. What do we think at this point of the pardon power? Should we be concerned about this or what?
Yeah. You should be concerned about it. The problem is that it's in the Constitution and it sort of inheres in, the executive. There's not much one can do about it under the circumstances. We've never had a president before who regularly is pardoning white-collar offenders. They're not, the bigger picture here is he's pardoning white-collar offenders. Many U.S. attorneys' office are so overwhelmed by deportation cases that they're not prosecuting white-collar offenders. And white-collar offenders that would include private business and also public political corruption. The Supreme Court also seems to be less than thrilled about prosecutions with respect to political corruption. But we should be concerned. In Trump 1, I thought about, I wrote about the pardon power. If you remember, Trump pardoned this sheriff from Arizona.
Oh, yes. Sure. Oh, I remember him.
Sure. Yes. Right. And he had been accused, and in fact, I think credibly accused, or maybe even found guilty, I've forgotten, of racist comments against Hispanics in, a state that had a very substantial number of Hispanics, and Trump pardoned him. So if there was a pardon that was really a quid pro quo, in other words, I'll pardon you and you contribute to my campaign, or I'll pardon you, there might be an issue, but it's still, as we say, a plenary power, very substantial power of the president.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask you, Judge Gertner. And by the way, we should be clear here. While no one has done it like Donald Trump, there have been, from Mark Rich with Bill Clinton to Hunter Biden after promising not to do it, Joe Biden. There have been a lot of controversial parts, nothing like this. And we should mention, by the way, if you haven't been listening in the last couple of days or paying attention, this Hernandez character, former president of Honduras, is not a white-collar criminal. He is a huge drug trafficker, 400 tons of cocaine he's helped bring into this country.
And obviously, it sort of asks, why are we blowing up boats in the Caribbean?
Exactly.
When we're pardoning a major, big-time convicted drug.
Because he doesn't really care about drugs is the answer. But Judge Gertner, getting back to what you just said at the end there, if there's a quid pro quo, do legal scholars, and you are obviously one, do believe there's any limit? If Trump, and I could see this, got up and said, I decided to pardon this guy only because he agreed yesterday to invest $500 million in a Trump hotel in Cleveland. And you can imagine him saying that. And there's a lot of financial connections. And he said, is there anything a president could say or do around a pardon or clemency that would cause it to be challengeable, or is it just an absolute power?
Well, it's not. There are things that one could do based on the circumstances. So, for example, if someone was pardoned in exchange for money, right, that would be an issue of bribery. It would be less the plenary power of pardons. It would be bribery. If you did it, for example, there's an open question as to whether you can pardon. It's not an open question. You can't pardon future crimes. The Supreme Court apparently did that in the immunity case, but with respect to the rest of us mortals, you can't pardon future crimes. There are certainly limits depending on the circumstances, but in general, you can pardon state crimes. So, for example, you wanted to pardon a whole bunch of state prosecutions of political enemies. If you recall, the enemies of people who had, political allies, not enemies, the people who had been involved in the Stop the Steal movement. But the president has no power to pardon state offenses.
Which is why it was doubly troubling when that new prosecutor in Georgia decided to drop the case a week or so ago after a recording had Donald Trump asking for 11,000 votes from the Secretary of State. We're talking
that case is troubling to be. Just want 2 minutes on that.
Please, no, do it.
If you recall, what triggered that was the I think we've talked about this before, was Fani Willis having an affair with someone on her team. Not good, an ethical violation, but how that affects the overall legitimacy of the prosecution is beyond me. As I said when I heard about it, is if she was sleeping with someone on the other side, that would be a problem, but not someone on her side. And so to some degree, the kicking her off the case, putting in a new prosecutor who essentially said, never mind.
Yeah.
That prosecution was probably too broad and unwieldy, but to say that it's totally gone was another question entirely.
We're talking to former federal judge Nancy Gardner. One other thing that is about to reach a critical moment is I think December 19th is the date that the law passed by Congress unanimously with one exception and signed by Trump to release the Epstein files is supposed to go into effect. And there's been a lot of talk about the mandate that came from Trump to his attorney general saying that you have to investigate Clinton and other Democrats, and that there was a method to that madness. It wasn't just Trump's usual partisan use of his Justice Department, and I use the word his Justice Department intentionally, but the law that was passed by Congress and signed by Trump specifically exempts files, Epstein files, which would, quote, interfere with a pending investigation. So is it ridiculous to think Bondi's going to stand up on the 19th and say, all these 90% of the files would interfere with our investigation of Bill Clinton and other Democrats. As a result, we'll release them as soon as those investigations are over. Is that preposterous or no?
It is preposterous, but something? There's an answer to that is not just, hey, that's preposterous. Why don't the Democrats take the position that Bondi should then not release any files that mention the Democrats that Trump has targeted, and only release the rest of them? Wouldn't that be? That would mean that
That's
all
a great point.
Accusations. Continue to talk about the accusations against Trump and others. I thought that was a great idea. I don't know.
Why haven't they thought of that, Judge Gertner? That's a brilliant idea. I think you should email someone. Suggest
okay, fine. I'll email someone. No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make any sense. But she is going to. It's obvious to me that she is going to say it. And the fact that it's, we're going to talk to Congressman Keating later. It's no more preposterous than the Inspector General at the Defense Department saying you risk the lives of people in the military, and then the Pentagon says, thankfully, complete exoneration. What? Did you read the thing that? It's so.
That's what he does. He loses the case and says he wins.
It's Orwell's 1984.
Yeah.
We are completely, in a world in which black is white and white is black.
So I'm watching television last night, and I saw pictures of the island near, I guess it's St. Thomas, where the so-called pedophile island or Lolita Island, whatever they called it, where Jeffrey Epstein was involved with teenage girls or sexually assaulting teenage girls. Saw a picture of a dental chair and a bunch of masks on the wall. It was really creepy. But I'm just wondering, and thinking about Ghislaine Maxwell being there. Now, she's asking a court now, apparently, to free her from prison. We know that she's in a minimum security prison in Texas. She was in a federal, much more harsh federal prison in Florida. But who's the judge? I know you can judge shop, but it'd be a tough one to let her out of jail, wouldn't it?
The judge that sentenced her would be the judge that would get a habeas corpus petition. She's challenging her. She challenged her conviction. The conviction was sustained, was not overruled on appeal, and And so that would be the judge that would hear the habeas petition. That's the usual order of things. She can't get out unless there's a ground for getting out, unless there was something wrong with her prosecution, unless there was some legal issue. Your listeners may be shocked to find out that innocence is not that she's innocent, but innocence is actually not a basis for getting out of jail. A legal error in connection with the proceeding would be the basis for getting out. And I don't know that there was one.
Well, but if the Supreme Court of the United States, correct me if I'm wrong, refused to take her appeal about a month ago, doesn't that on its face suggest that there's no legal problem with the conviction? So how can you even get into court to make an argument that it should be released?
Well, getting into court, Jim, everybody gets into court, and that's as it should be, right? You're convicted, you get a long sentence, you have your right, you then appeal the conviction to the Court of Appeals and even the Supreme Court, and then you have a right to file a habeas petition afterwards saying, what you can say in the habeas petition is to a degree limited by the legal errors you've raised all along. But that review is available to any prisoner. So that's what she's doing. Does it look like it's likely to succeed? No, not likely to succeed. She didn't raise anything that the Supreme Court cared about. It's not likely to succeed. Now, one possibility is that she is doing this again as part of angling for a pardon.
Yeah.
Which are in fact unrelated, but she could be trying to suggest there's something wrong with her prosecution that the Supreme Court didn't find that could be a basis for a pardon.
And by the way, if you haven't been paying attention, Trump has not ruled out pardoning her. Hasn't said he would, but he surely hasn't said he. The reason I'm smiling, if I can just say, when you mention habeas corpus, define what habeas corpus is, Judge, for
it's
mere
deliver
mortals.
The body.
Okay, deliver the body. One of the great moments in the second Trump term was the head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, is using the term habeas corpus, and she's asked by a member of a congressional committee to define habeas corpus, and she said it's the constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country. That is your head of...
Well, she had the body part, right?
Yes, she did.
The corpus part,
yeah.
Right. By the way, speaking of the Supreme Court, we know that these two, Lindsay Halligan and that Alina Habba, and the Habbas in Virginia,
Virginia.
And the other ones, what are the other ones? New Jersey, thank you very much. Two state courts have said that they were illegally appointed to be prosecutors, and Halligan, as we know, she brought the indictments against Comey and Letitia James, and they got thrown out. Could this case wind up overturned by the Supreme Court, or is this going to wind up at the Supreme Court, or what happens with this one?
I can't, I've said this before. I can't imagine that the Supreme Court would overturn this. So the challenge is not just a technical challenge. U.S. attorneys are supposed to be confirmed by the Senate, full stop. There are circumstances when the position is still open, confirmation hasn't taken place, when there can be interim appointments. But there's a procedure for doing interim appointments. It's time limited, and that's something that can be done by the judges of the court. So it's a big deal that she was not confirmed and not selected in the usual way. Because otherwise, Trump can put, Baron Trump in wherever he wants.
That would be next.
It's right. So, is there a chance that the Supreme Court overturn it? Man, I think I've said this before. I think that's extremely unlikely.
Okay.
By the way, neither of these women has ever prosecuted a criminal case. Nancy Gertner, I want to talk about something that you've written about that is of deep concern. Well, obviously, it's of deep concern to you, but it should be of deep concern to anybody. The inspiration for this was Todd Blanche. Blanche used to be Trump's personal lawyer. He's still Trump's personal lawyer, but his title is Deputy Attorney General at the Department of Justice. Here he is in a fireside chat at the Federalist Society last month, talking about the real crisis of what he calls real crisis of activist judges destabilizing the rule of law. Particularly listen to what he says at the end.
They have a robe on, but they are more political, or certainly as political, as the most liberal governor or DA. And you can't forget that. You can't forget that. A judge doesn't get a special place simply because a robe is put on them. They still have to follow the law and the Constitution, and we have seen judges just defy that. And it's the same judges, or not the same judges, but there's a group of judges that are repeat players, and that's obviously not by happenstance. That's intentional. And it's a war, man.
It's a war, man. What'd you write about Judge Gertner?
First, it's a lie. What he was saying is simply not true, not remotely true. And as I wrote in this piece for the Globe, it's not that these are rogue judges. This is a rogue president. What he's doing is so far from lawful across the board, using executive orders to affect things that are unconstitutional and also to bypass Congress. It's easy to say, hey, there are, this is done by activist judges. But as I say in my piece, the Republican appointed judges ruled against the administration in 61% of the cases before them. Democratic appointed judges ruled against the administration in 78% of the cases. So to all intents and purposes, the majority of cases before judges involving the administration, doesn't matter who appointed them, they've ruled against the government. And they've ruled against the government because what he's doing is so blatantly unconstitutional. Also, these are judges across the country. These are not just, if you recall, there was a judge in Texas named Matthew Kaczmarek. Of
course.
And people would file cases in front of him because they liked the way he would rule. These are cases brought involving judges across the country. So, I mean, it's just wrong as a matter of fact that there are issues with respect to these decisions. The other thing is, to talk about war is so dramatically wrong, because to some degree it's using the language of violence, and the language of violence from the second in command in the Department of Justice. There have already been more threats against federal judges, real, meaningful threats, than we have ever had. So he's wrong as a matter of law, wrong as a matter of fact, and he's basically emboldening attacks on judges that we have never seen before. As I say in my piece, it's so clear he's a shill for the government, but worse, a dishonest and dangerous one.
He's said this before the Federal Society. There's a bunch of very well-educated lawyers. A lot of them wind up, not a lot of them, but several of them wind up in the Supreme Court, that Federalist Society pipeline. They know what the law is. They know what the Constitution says. They know about due process. So are they sitting there thinking, what? I just don't know how you wind up in this where you just violate the constitutional. I mean, Donald Trump does, but these are, lawyers that should know better.
For want of a better word, let me describe this as the sort of the legal right. That is to say, Federalist Society and other groups like that. In fact, they are split. A couple of weeks ago, I spoke at a conference, the Rule of Law conference, in which I was on the podium with Judge Ludwig, who was a conservative icon, George Conway, who's also another conservative icon. So the point is, this is a president who has gone too far in so many areas that it doesn't matter, as I've said before, whether you're Republican, Democrat, you only have to be a sentient human being to know that what he's done is wrong. And as I said, I don't know what the reaction was in the Federalist Society, but really the right. Jack Goldsmith has written, for example, about who's a conservative scholar at Harvard Law School, very well respected, who has written about the strikes on boats in the Caribbean. This is not a monolithic group, and that's because the president has gone so far that it challenges everyone.
Nancy Gardner, a bunch of retired federal judges, including you, were quoted in the Washington Post responding to these kinds of excesses. Why is Chief Justice Roberts not responding to Todd Blanche? Why are you in the Globe and why is Roberts not protecting the integrity and personal health of his own judges?
Well, he issued a statement. He has an end of the year statement in which he talks about threats to judges.
Oh, he does? Oh.
That happened in this past December 2024. So he talked about threats to judges.
No, I remember. I didn't know that's what you meant. But how about this, when Blanche makes this kind of comment?
Right. I don't have an answer for that. I mean, there had been an article a couple of months ago in which essentially some judges were saying, again, not being identified, that, he should have our back. One can disagree with, some of the decisions below, but to talk about a war on judges, on activist judges, is extraordinary. There are hearings that were scheduled for, I think it was on Tuesday, to talk about rogue judges, and they had on it, they were going to focus on particularly Judge Boasberg, who was one of the judges who had stopped, who tried to stop flights
El Salvador.
El Salvador,
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And what he did and how he did it. Again, if you object to it, you go on appeal. You don't attack the judge, and you certainly don't move to impeach him. You don't hold hearings because you disagree.
You got to go. Judge Gertner, as
Thank you,
always,
Judge
really
Gertner.
appreciate your thoughts. Thanks so much. Be well.
Bye-bye.
Nancy
We have been
Gertner.
speaking with retired federal judge Nancy Gertner, senior lecturer at Harvard Law School, BPR contributor. Thank you to her. Coming up after the new news, going to be talking to Andrea Cabral. We're thanks to the people up at NEPM who tuned in. We're continuing here in Boston. Former Public Safety Secretary Andrea Cabral is next. This is BPR.
You're listening to Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Just ahead, more smart conversation about what's going on in our community. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And MIT Federal Credit Union, providing personal loan options to help consolidate debt, fund home improvements, and more. Applications at mitfcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Anytime you're looking for a snapshot of history, a window into the past, or the perfect partner in crime, GBH has you covered. Find all your favorite GBH shows streaming now on the PBS app.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on Hour 2 of BPR. We'll check in with former Secretary of Public Safety in Massachusetts, Andrea Cabral, on Donald Trump's latest targets, Somali refugees, as ICE goes after them in Minnesota. On the flip side, we'll also talk about some courts reining in ICE and their warrantless detentions.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then it's the Dean of Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney. As a federal vaccine advisory panel is about to issue controversial new guidelines for childhood vaccines. Plus, Massachusetts Congressman Bill Keating on the latest revelations about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, including Signalgate and Venezuelan boat strikes, and what the House GOP may or may not do about it. It's all the second hour BPR, 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Pentagon's top independent watchdog has released its findings on Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's use of Signal to communicate sensitive operational details. The report concludes that Hegseth violated Pentagon policies. It states that, quote, the secretary sent non-public DoD information identifying the quantity and strike times of manned U.S. aircraft over hostile territory over an unapproved, unsecure network approximately 2 to 4 hours before the execution of those strikes. The report goes on to say, quote, using a personal cell phone to conduct official business and send non-public DoD information through Signal risks potential compromise of sensitive DoD information, which could cause harm to DoD personnel and mission objectives, end quote. NPR's Greg Myrie has more on who was on that Signal chat.
He was in contact with essentially all top national security officials, the CIA director, director of national intelligence, the national security advisor, the Secretary of State. And as we noted, what none of them knew was that Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor of The Atlantic, was inadvertently included and was reading the messages as well.
NPR's Greg Myrie. We should note NPR CEO Catherine Marr chairs the board of the Signal Foundation. After a 5-year investigation into who put pipe bombs near the Democratic and Republican committee headquarters hours before the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, the FBI believes it has its man. 3 sources familiar with the matter confirmed to NPR that agents made an arrest. One of the sources says the suspect was picked up in the Washington, D.C. suburb of Woodbridge, Virginia. A powerful advisory committee at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention convenes a 2-day meeting today to consider controversial changes to how doctors vaccinate children against dangerous infectious diseases. NPR's Rob Stein has details.
The CDC advisors will consider dropping a recommendation that all babies routinely get vaccinated against hepatitis B at birth. Proponents of making the change argue the shots should be delayed because the virus spreads through sex and drug use. But most experts say babies can catch the virus in other ways, increasing the risk for liver disease, failure, and cancer. The committee will also discuss changing how pediatricians inoculate children against more than a dozen other infectious diseases, including measles, whooping cough, and polio. Most public health experts say any changes are unnecessary and would be dangerous. Rob Stein, NPR News.
At last check on Wall Street, the Dow was down 43 points at 47,839. It's NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH newsroom, I'm Craig Lamolt. Governor Maura Healey says she's appalled by the Trump administration's threat to withhold SNAP funds from certain states. The administration says it will pause federal food aid to states that don't share data about residents who are SNAP recipients, including immigrants. So far, Republican-led states have complied, but other Democratic-led states like Massachusetts have not. Healey says if the federal government delivers on its threat, real people will be hurt.
These are people's lives, and people need to be fed. And we're talking about working people, seniors, kids, people with disabilities.
If the Trump administration follows through, the pause in SNAP funding would start next week. The city of Boston is breaking ground on a new community center in the North End. The new Boston Centers for Youth and Families facility will replace the neighborhood's old Nazaro Community Center. At a groundbreaking ceremony today, Mayor Michelle Wu said it was time for the North End to get an upgrade.
That building started out as a bathhouse and really wasn't designed to be a full-service community center. It's been working, and you all have worked magic within it, but it is time to give a full facility that has all the space to actually live out the dreams of our residents and especially what our kids need.
Work on the new community center is expected to be done by 2027. A slight chance of snow today, temperatures reaching the upper 30s. It's going to get cold tonight, down to about 10 degrees, and that cold sticks around for tomorrow. The highs will be in the mid-20s, but with the wind chill, it could feel like 0. Maybe some snow overnight tomorrow night into Saturday morning, but it's not expected to accumulate. High on Saturdays in the upper 30s. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. As a fiduciary, Fisher Investments is obligated to act in their client's best interest. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim has left the Red Room. I'm going to tell you about the Red Room tomorrow, Andrea, because you and I are going to be together at the Boston Public Library. I'll give you the full scoop on the notorious Red Room. 1245, Congressman Bill Keating.
Bill. Yeah, who is he again?
Congressman Bill Keating is going to zoom in. We're going to talk to him about these boat explosions in the Caribbean and other things. And at 1 o'clock, the Levies are going to be here to perform some great music, a Hanukkah album, and it's fantastic. Hello again,
It really
Jim.
is fantastic.
It is fantastic.
I was blown away. Joined on Zoom by Andrea Cabral. Andrea is former Public Safety Secretary from Massachusetts, former Sheriff of Suffolk County. Hi there, Andrea. Hi.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Marjorie.
Hi.
Hi. So, Andrea Cabral, I almost hate to play this because it's so disgusting, but this is day 2 of the president after calling Somalis in Minnesota garbage. Here he is continuing his racism toward Somali immigrants yesterday.
Somalia is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon, I hope. But what Somalia and what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when people started coming in.
Okay, the Attorney General from Minnesota was on television last night, Keith Ellison, talking about how these Somalis that had come to his state have opened businesses, they're involved in politics. 87% of them are citizens, and 58% of them are born in the United States and have done extremely well in their new homes in Minnesota. So what do you make of the president here?
Well, I think it goes without saying, Donald Trump has always been a bigot. He's a bigot, he's a racist, he's a white supremacist. That's just true. It's just factual. He makes no bones about his racism. Every time he says something like this, and every time it is dealt with euphemistically, as opposed to calling it what it actually is, it emboldens him. His goal is to normalize his racism, just like his goal is to normalize his corruption, his criminality, all of his shortcomings. His goal is always to make them seem normal and something that everybody should accept. Even if he couldn't do that, he wouldn't care. This is hardly the first time he's spoken like this. Everyone in this country knew who he was when the second election came around. And as I say many, many times, 90 million people couldn't be bothered to thwart this. He is being who he always is. The problem is that he's enabled in this. He's enabled by a Congress that has ceded all their authority to him. So you're not going to hear what would ordinarily happen, like criticism from Congress or some oversight or some calling, condemnation. Like when Obama wore a tan suit and the Senate and the majority leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, thought that was important enough to take to the airwaves to criticize. You're not going to hear a word about this. And in fact, everyone in his administration is literally cheering this on. So this is where we are.
I want to comment on two things you said. One of the things I do when Trump is the worst of Trump, which is almost all the time, is I watch the people around him. It's sort of, you touch on this indirectly there, to see if even one of them appears to be uncomfortable. Forget standing up and saying, Mr. President, with all due respect. The answer is no, number one. But the flip side, and I also want to address what you said about calling it what it is. I mentioned this in the air yesterday, but I want to say it again. The New York Times covered the garbage lines exactly as they should be covered. None of this, straight down the middle stuff. They called it what it was: nativist, racist, bigoted. They said it's not the first time that he's used this kind of language around black people. It was sort of, as I said, what Margaret Sullivan says the press should be doing and doesn't do. They did beautifully. So if you want to feel a little bit better about the mainstream press, read this piece. So in response to this, of course, when Trump says jump, ICE says how high. They are now in Minnesota pursuing a population that, as Marjorie said, is overwhelmingly citizens. But the recent history suggests that being a citizen of the United States, if your skin color is not the same as the president's, does not mean you're not going to be grabbed.
That's absolutely right. And I can't stress this part enough. What he's doing is illegal and or unconstitutional. It's always, one or the other, but often it is both, right? But because Congress is not doing their job, the GOP majority in Congress refuses to do the oversight that it is supposed to do, the pushback on this is left to the federal courts. And we know things take a while to wend their way through the courts. Plus, he relies on getting it to the Supreme Court, which ultimately defends him, so that there's no branch of government that's holding him to account. So these sweeps, they are targeted. They are targeted at states based on the political affiliation of the people who are running those states. They are targeted at states that have populations he wants to rid the country of. Let's keep in mind, he's not talking about all immigrants. He's talking about immigrants who are black and brown. Those are the immigrants that he is targeting. He is allowing immigrants from South Africa to come in en masse.
White immigrants from South Africa.
Yeah, white immigrants, yes, from South Africa to come in en masse. And so what is clearly happening here is that there is clear race-based discrimination going on. There is clear retaliation based on political affiliation, which is also unconstitutional. But the branch of government that should be first to the line to hold him to account and to stop it is Congress. And that's why we're seeing him do these things, get away with them, force groups to file for temporary restraining orders to stop him, which is a very high standard, and then having it wend its way to the federal court. So the abuses continue at an enormous pace because the branch of government that is supposed to stop this right when it happens isn't doing it.
And, just to think, I mean, you put yourself in the shoes of Somalis living out there who have gone about normal lives. They got their jobs. They got their kids in schools. What are you going to do if you're going to...
What if you're a Somali American kid growing up in this country and it's the president of the United States?
Well, especially if you live in a place now that ICE is swooping down on you, you'd be afraid. You wouldn't let your kids out of the house. I mean, after we had that 7-year-old taken in Winooski, Vermont, and shipped off to Texas, 7 years old, to a detention facility. I mean, it's just it's crazy.
I don't want us to miss this point. They know what the statistics are on citizenship for the Somalis and for every other group they're targeting. They know who's here legally and who is not. Don't miss that the primary purpose of this is to keep people from voting in 2026. There are people who are here legally who still, may not be entitled to vote, but there are plenty of people who are here who are naturalized citizens, who are citizens, who are able to vote, who are just as scared as people who are undocumented. Yeah. And the goal is to keep them from venturing out in public, especially in places where ICE might be lying in wait for them. It's racist, it's xenophobic, it's all of those things. It's white supremacist. But don't miss one of the many important goals here, which is to make sure that there's never another free or fair election in this country. And keeping people from voting who would not vote for Republicans is a primary goal there.
One positive note, I think, is a couple of federal courts have done what, Marjorie talks about the due process issues being ignored in almost all of this anti-immigrant behavior by Trump. A couple of federal courts, correct me if I'm wrong, have said unless you have a reasonable belief that somebody who you're about to detain is going to flee, they're a flight risk, you have to get a warrant. That to me seems like a pretty big deal, assuming it stands, isn't it? It's a big deal.
It is a statutory requirement under federal law that you can, as we said many times, and you still have people that will text into your show and say, people are committing a crime by staying here and they're undocumented.
Yeah,
it's not a crime.
Yeah, they're not.
It's a civil offense. You cannot effect a warrantless arrest for a civil infraction like being an undocumented person in this country unless there is a reasonable basis to believe that the person is a flight risk. So you're essentially apprehending them because you believe that if you don't, they will flee the jurisdiction and you won't be able to get them. And that is because it is not criminal. It is civil in nature. And Judge Beryl Howell, who people may remember has had a number of previous cases involving Trump. She had the January 6th defendants. She wrote in one of her decisions on those cases that Trump is not a king. only to be told by the Supreme Court, the GOP majority of the Supreme Court, that he is in fact a king. So that didn't happen. But she had the Perkins Coie case, the law firm that Trump was trying to bring to heel. She held that. So she's on this case as well. And she has said, you cannot effectuate, you're not meeting the statutory requirements, and no declaration of some sort of public safety emergency without showing why there's a public safety emergency gets you over that hump.
So operationally, just for a second, so I understand, I guess I have two questions about warrants. One, since judge shopping is something that lawyers of all political persuasions do, how hard will it be to get a warrant if the government just asserts based on nothing that Jane Doe is a flight risk?
I suspect it will be very difficult. I mean,
really?
It's an administrative proceeding, right? We covered this. You may not remember this, Jim and Marjorie, but we actually covered this years ago on this show. I was objecting at the time to the fact that they were getting these detainers and they weren't getting warrants. As a sheriff, I used to have ICE detainees in one of my buildings. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I objected to with the way ICE did business, even back then, is that people were being held on detainers and that agents were not required necessarily to get warrants. And there was a lot of back and forth around this. I think the fact that the federal judiciary is shedding light on the need for a warrant is going to make the scrutiny over how those warrants are obtained and what the factual basis for those warrants is. That's going to heighten the scrutiny for that. What they're going to find, I'm quite sure, is that in the vast majority of these cases, no flight risk is present. You're going to tell me that the Babson College student was a flight risk?
Yeah.
If she's going to Texas for Thanksgiving, you're going to tell me that a 16-year-old...
She was the one who was deported to Honduras when she was going to see her family in Texas.
And she's been in the country since she was 7 years old, has not been back to Honduras this whole time.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Or someone who's, and this may be the same person. I know we had two of these. We highlighted two of these cases last week where a person, the deportation order was done when she was 11 years old.
Yeah.
Or a 16-year-old that's taken on his way to high school. Come on. And even the adults, the women from the Alston car wash, they're there, they're working, they're paying taxes. You're going to tell me that these people were a flight risk. They can't make the standard. And Judge Howell knows that.
Yeah, we don't even know what's happened with them. If some of them were back and some of them aren't back, and a couple of them were in Texas as well. They like to take people to Texas.
Also, when Mayor Wu has told us, when a government official like a mayor asks whatever it is, ICE, Homeland Security, what's the status, where's a constituent of mine, they generally get no response.
Well, that's the cruelest thing. I cannot imagine the husband, okay, his wife and his 7-year-old daughter are gone. He doesn't know where they are. He can't reach them on the phone. They're not answering his messages for 2 days. This guy is in a panic, wondering what happened. What is wrong, at least with telling someone, the family members? Well,
as we've said 1,000 times, cruelty is the point, and it is.
Well, it's the point, but it's also that they want to make sure that these people can't get back. They don't care that it's illegal. They don't care that they're flaunting the law. They don't care that it is corrupt or cruel. None of this matters. So those appeals don't go anywhere. They want to spirit people out of the country to make it as physically impossible, as impossible as they can, to bring people back. That's the point. All of the self-deportation nonsense they have out, where they're encouraging people to self-deport, it's to get rid of as many people as possible without there being any consequence to it.
We only have a minute left. We're a little tight today, but we should have brought this up with Judge Gertner, too, as while many federal judges, you mentioned Howell, has been really courageous and followed the law religiously, the consequences, even when administration officials are found to have lied to the court, have been minimal. They get a slap on the wrist, and it's sort of, as long as there's no consequences, you've said repeatedly here, then go for it. Violate the law. You might get caught at some point. If you get caught, you got to be embarrassed for 15 minutes in front of a judge, and then you violate the law again. There's no disincentive.
That's because what used to happen was administration officials would be forced to come before Congress. There would be these oversight hearings.
That's a great point.
And then they would pass a law that made what the president was doing clearly illegal. And that's the gap.
Yeah.
They're falling right into that gap.
Yeah, you think anything's going to happen to Pete Hegseth after he's found to have put troops in danger?
Well, let's see. There actually are. So we're going to talk to Bill Keating in about 25 minutes.
Seems like a clear-cut case to me.
Andrea, it's good to see you, and good luck tomorrow filling in. I'll be listening every minute.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Andrea. We've been speaking with former Public Safety Secretary and former Sheriff of Suffolk County, Andrea Cabral. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to talk with the Dean of the Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney, about exceedingly difficult talk that physicians are facing about vaccines, trust in health and science. She's next. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. This is Boston Public Radio.
The weekend is coming with stories.
I always knew that I had a voice that could make a difference.
Gardening.
Prune for health and appearance, not to try and control size.
And DIY delights.
There are these companies, and they go viral because they'll spray something on the side of cedar, and it just brightens it up and makes it look beautiful. But it doesn't actually add to the durability.
That's how we do weekends on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds from utility bills, uncashed paychecks, savings accounts, and more. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov. And the Trustees, presenting Winterlights, a celebration of seasonal sparkle with light displays in Stockbridge and Canton, Massachusetts, running Wednesday through Sunday nights through early January. Advance tickets required. More at thetrustees.org/winterlights.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Live music here in Studio 3 at 1 o'clock with Levies. December 16th, the mayor, Michelle Wu, joins us for an hour of Ask the Mayor at the library, of course. And on December 23rd, the governor, Maura Healey, joins us for an hour of Ask the Governor. From gun violence to vaccine safety, the Trump administration's so-called health leaders have been shaking up long-standing public health guidance. They've taken down gun violence information on the HHS website, falsely suggested a link between vaccines and autism, and now a CDC advisory panel sometime today is likely to issue new guidance for childhood vaccines that flies in the face of scientific consensus. How can public health leaders rebuild public's trust in science-backed information, and where can people turn for the facts? We're joined now on Zoom by the Dean of Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney. Dr. Ranney, it's great to have you back. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Jim and Marjorie. It's great to be back here.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us again. So Jim just mentioned that the CDC advisory panel is set today to issue this new guidance. And as we know, RFK Jr. is running Health and Human Services. So are you apprehensive? Should we be apprehensive?
I am certainly apprehensive, but I see this as the latest in decades of work to undermine trust in vaccines. The reality is that the vaccines that we have out there are tremendously well tested and are responsible for decreasing childhood infections, childhood deaths, not just in the United States and across the globe. My hope is that the recommendations that come out of this panel do not greatly disrupt our ability to access vaccines here in the United States. Time will tell.
Doctor, you said that this, the sort of, you didn't use the word culmination, but it's part of the decades-long effort to discredit vaccines. But up until about a year ago, the discreditors or would-be discreditors weren't in the most powerful positions with the largest megaphones. So this morning I was just reading a piece you wrote for CNN in 2023 after yet another poll came out showing a decline in trust in science and scientists. You were talking about the road back. How do all the Megan Ranneys in the world ever counteract the power that the federal government, the CDC and FDA and RFK Jr. himself have in terms of public education?
I think that the road is one that is all of us together. right? So I can't single-handedly counteract anything, nor can you, nor can my colleagues who are still at HHS. What we can do is we can work on a grassroots level with communities literally across the country to both understand why they have questions, what the root causes are of the distrust, and work together to share information in different ways. I will be honest, Jim and Marjorie, I have been working with MAHA, both personally and here at the School of Public Health at Yale, to address some of the very real concerns that grassroots organizers are highlighting, right? Concerns about food and about obesity, concerns about environmental exposures. The vast majority of folks who are part of the MAHA movement are not anti-vaccine. They're feeling left behind and distrustful of the system that they feel has made them and their families sick. So those are ways in which we recreate trust and then move things forward. Are we in for a tough few years? Probably. In the meantime, luckily, Massachusetts, like Connecticut, is part of our Northeast Collaborative, where we will do everything we can to protect vaccine access for families in this state.
By the way, as Massachusetts just announced yesterday through Maura Healey and the Secretary of Public Health on issues around Hep B, and one of the issues they're probably going to confront today.
Yeah, well, I think, and we're very grateful in Massachusetts that we're going to be able to get vaccinations if you've got small children and have insurance cover those vaccinations if you have small children. But I'm not sure if this is going to happen all around the country in red states that have been very supportive of the president. I don't know. And if you can't get your insurance to cover your child's vaccinations, a lot of people can't afford it.
That's right. And we already see patchwork policies and access to both health care and public health across the country. We see huge differences in life expectancy and childhood mortality between different states and even different counties. And this is both the strength of federalism, is that states like Massachusetts are able to put policies in place that will protect our or your state, but the weakness as well. I suspect that we will see some of those gaps widen for the short term. Many of us in public health are working hard with communities to ensure that doesn't happen.
And by the way, Doctor, if people, parents are concerned, especially the ones with young kids, about whom to go to for advice, whom should they go to?
First person is always your doctor.
Your
right?
doctor.
If you have a good, trusted relationship with your primary care physician, with your pediatrician, a doctor is always a good first place. A second place is our Yale School of Public Health website. We have a lot of information, questions and answers with experts in the field. A third place that I recommend is a Substack called Your Local Epidemiologist. It's run by a woman, Caitlin Jadalina, who is an adjunct professor here at Yale School of Public Health, has a PhD in epidemiology, and writes an absolutely wonderful Substack, really dissecting many of these issues that we are all facing and questioning every day. There's no way to stay up on the literature yourself. It's nice to have a trusted source to help sort through the noise for you.
I may mispronounce this.
But your local epidemiologist, that's what it's called?
Your local epidemiologist.
Great, thank you.
Right. Is this Popeye? Am I pronouncing it right? Is Popeye your deal?
Yeah,
I was looking at it this morning. It's fabulous. I mean, what is that thing? What is that thing?
Thank you. So that's a data resource. So if you remember back to COVID in those early days, we all looked at the Atlantic's tracking website, right, to keep track of how many infections, hospitalizations, deaths. That was because the federal government didn't have a good system for tracking in near real time infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. They made a little bit of progress over the last 5 years, but not a lot. So we created PopHive because nobody else was doing it. It is a data resource that brings together electronic medical record data from hospitals, claims data from Medicare, wastewater data, Google search data, to allow you to see in near real time patterns of both acute diseases, things like respiratory infections, but also chronic diseases like obesity or diabetes, and soon we'll have mental health as well, so that people in different counties and states can see what the big problems are for them and how they compare to others. Something healthcare systems and health officials have been clamoring for a long time. We're quite happy to have been able to create it at Yale School of Public Health.
We're talking to, speaking of Yale School of Public Health, the dean of that place, Dr. Megan Ranney. You mentioned life expectancy and some troubling trends a minute ago. One of the things that's causing that troubling trend in our country is one of the areas where you have great expertise and have done a lot of work around gun violence in this country. We talked to you about this when you were with us last time, but explain to people why people like you believe we can't just treat gun violence as a criminal matter, but as a public health matter. What's the argument for that?
Well, number one, has treating it just as a criminal matter helped us? I'd argue no. Yeah. Number two is it is ultimately a health problem. A bullet itself causes damage to the human body, but even if the bullet doesn't touch you, it causes psychological, emotional effects. It changes a sense of safety in a community, which then correlates with stress and depression and substance use and even obesity, because if you're not safe, you're not going to go out and go for walks. So treating it as a health problem allows us to bring public health strategies to bear. We've made a lot of progress across the country. I'll actually say in the last couple of years of the Biden-Harris administration with the White House Office for Gun Violence Prevention and a whole of government public health informed approach, we made a ton of progress on firearm injury and death for the first time in decades, and are continuing to make progress in some cities and states across the country, both red and blue, applying this public health approach.
Speaking of that, you're Dean of the School of Public Health at Yale. I'm Dean of the radio host School of Hopelessness across on almost everything. But one of the things I read, I think this was after we spoke to you last time, so we can give a real example. Something that's going on in Chicago that I think is a model of what you're talking about, which has reduced violent crime by some colossal number, like 73% or deal. What's going on in Chicago, and can it be replicated?
So not just can it, but it is being replicated. So in Chicago, it's this wonderful program called CRED, started by Ernie Duncan, former Secretary of Education.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It so engages youth in some of the highest risk neighborhoods in Chicago in mentorship, after school activities, education, job development, and has been shown to reduce involvement in violent crime, as you said, substantially by over 70%. We have similar programs in Baltimore, Boston. We're working with similar programs in New Haven and Hartford. We have one in Providence that I used to work at with when I was at Brown. It's an absolutely lovely example of how this public health approach can make a difference. And I will say we have similar programs in rural areas. We're working with 4-H nationwide to work with. It's an incredible youth leadership program, working with them to help address some of the same risk factors that lead to firearm injury and death in rural as well as urban areas.
Yeah, the socioeconomic piece, we don't talk a lot about that, but that's a big part of what this work is addressing, I believe.
That's right. It's the socioeconomic piece. It's also the hope piece. And it's most of all that sense that you need to have a firearm or potentially pull it out in order to keep yourself and your family safe.
Yeah. I'm always stunned when I read these numbers. One of the pieces we read this morning in preparation for talking to you was about how the United States ranks 29th in life expectancy among peer nations, which is pretty bad since we're the richest nation on earth. But this piece talks about this deaths of despair in the United States. What are they talking about?
So deaths of despair are deaths by suicide, deaths by overdose, deaths due to too much alcohol consumption. And when you look at the U.S., if we go back to your earlier conversation about vaccines, right, people are right to feel like the system isn't working for them. Our life expectancy in the United States has flatlined. Our health span is decreasing. But interestingly, that decrease in life expectancy is largely because of firearm deaths, both firearm violence and firearm suicide, because of alcohol deaths, and of course because of opioid overdoses. Those kill young, therefore affect life expectancy disproportionately. If we can get a handle on those in the United States, we will start to see life expectancy climb. I and others have shown that using good research data that it is a huge driver of that gap between us and other high-income countries.
Also, and you've written about some of these things, many of these things too. We read a statistic: 1 in 15 people in this country have witnessed a mass shooting.
Yeah.
A huge percentage of people have had someone shot in their family. How about the people who are not directly affected? Not a loved one, not a victim, not a survivor, but the rest of the population, when this thing is sort of percolating in the air around us. What's the trickle-down impact on all the rest of us who are lucky enough not to have been a victim, but have been, enmeshed in it?
Jim and Marjorie, this is to me part of that public health approach or that public health question, those very real ripple effects of a firearm injury or a mass shooting, a suicide, a homicide on people who are never touched by that bullet. We know that if you are in a community that has been affected by a mass shooting or by any shooting, there are higher rates of stress, depression, kids' visits to the ER for mental health crises, even if they didn't know the people that were shot. And gosh, look at what happened after the Boston bombing in Boston as an example, where we know that folks who were not present, who were not close to that bombing, experienced increased rates of stress and depression afterwards. When you experience that, you start to feel unsafe and you start to say, how can I protect myself and my family? It's one of our hypotheses about why we've seen such an increase in firearm purchasing over the past decade here in the U.S. is because folks are not feeling safe because of these types of events.
Can we get back to trust for just one second? It's something I'm upset. It's not just public health, but government and the good things that government does. You also have written about the horror that happened at the CDC when a shooter decided that they were giving out bad information about COVID-19, which I would argue, and I think others in your field have argued, that RFK Jr. is in huge part greatly responsible for, and the response of RFK Jr. to what happened there was as pathetic, in my opinion, as virtually everything else he does. You seem to have sort of a hopeful take on all the things that can be done. Explain to us how we survive 3 more years of RFK Jr.'s leadership on the health front. Literally and figuratively in this country, Doctor, if you can.
So one of the reasons that I took the position as dean is because I believed that we were overdue for a rethinking of how we study, teach, and most of all practice public health in this country. We need to do science in collaboration with communities that know what their health problems are, but do it in a way that brings the best scientific evidence to bear and builds trust in the process. It is going to take us time to recreate that trust. There is no light switch that is going to get us out of this overnight. But step by step, we make progress, just as we did on COVID, just as we did on HIV, just as we did on car crashes back in the 1960s and 70s. I can't promise that there is something magical that I or anyone can do to change the reality that we're living in right now. But what I can say is that there is a path out of it, and one that provides both a beacon of hope on the other end, but that also leads us to a much better place. Because I don't know anybody that would argue that where we were 2 years ago or where we were 5 years ago was a place that we wanted to be in terms of our community's health. The question is, to me, how do we create that better future ahead?
Well, Doctor, maybe this is naive on my part, but I would assume that some of those mothers and women and wives that are in the MAHA group might be a little disgusted by what they've read about RFK Jr. in terms of his personal life and his extramarital poetry writing.
I have not had those discussions.
Believe me, Marjorie has,
But
Doctor.
the other thing, too, you mentioned that a lot in the movement, and I'm with them, are right about the lousy food. A lot of people are shocked. They go in to see what their kids are getting in schools in the breakfast program, and it's chocolate milk, and it's like donuts, and it's horrible, horrible stuff. I mean, they're absolutely right about that. But RFK Jr. has sort of bent his knee to the food groups. I mean, he's not fighting there to get more fresh food into schools. And still, I would imagine there's a certain level of disappointment in his performance in that regard. What has he done there? I don't know that he's done anything.
Well, and I think part of it is thinking about what HHS controls versus what other parts of the federal government control, right? USDA, et cetera. But SNAP is a great example, right?
Great.
SNAP benefits,
Yes.
but also SNAP Ed, the education that goes along with it. We have seen huge cuts in those. That is having real demonstrable effects on the health of families, particularly those low-income families that did depend on SNAP. For the short term, it's going to be community groups, schools of public health, medical schools, and state and local governments that are going to have to step up to pick up the slack there.
You know, before you go, one last thing. When I was just looking at it, I was thinking, as someone who shares, I'd say, virtually everything that you believe on guns, and is John Rosenthal, who I'm sure you know, Stop Handgun Violence, who spent a lot of time with us through the years. And he talks of us how effective state gun laws are. Obviously, it'd be best if the feds did some responsible stuff. In the top 10 most responsible gun safety laws, Connecticut, where you are, Massachusetts, the evidence is in. Those matter big time. Do they not?
The laws absolutely matter. So does their implementation, and so does the culture around them. One of the things that's made a huge difference is child access prevention laws that mandate safe storage. That needs to be accompanied by access to a safe or to safe storage, and by understanding that the law is even there, right? A law goes so far, but then there's a lot on the other side.
How does a red state leader argue against safe storage as an issue for kids?
So we've actually, there have been lots of things done in red states to both advocate for safe storage. Tennessee recently passed some laws that promote safe storage, provide vouchers and tax credits. There's a lot of really interesting work going on in some red states as well as some blue states. I think it's difficult to argue against safe storage. The question, of course, is whether it's a mandate or a choice.
So are you as positive as you appear, or is this a veneer for public consumption, Doctor? What's the answer?
Well, you didn't see me at 3 a.m. when I woke up in a cold sweat, you know?
Doctor, it's really great to spend time with you again. I hope you'll rejoin us again soon. Thanks.
Thanks. It's a joy to join you both.
Thank you very much. We have been speaking with the Dean of Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney. She is, and we thank her very much for joining us. Coming up after this quick break, Congressman Bill Keating zooms in. He's one of the lawmakers in D.C. calling for the release of military footage depicting the controversial boat strikes in the Caribbean. I am Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Arun Roth. Coming up on GBH's All Things Considered, the Tufts graduate student arrested by ICE this spring is fighting to get her student visa reinstated. A new climate study shows New England is warming faster than almost any other region in the country. And we hear the word ideology a lot these days from people of all ideologies. We'll look at how its meaning has shifted. That story and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Classic Harbor Line, offering classic yacht cruises throughout the holiday season in Boston and New York City, including Coco and Carol's, live jazz, and holiday brunch cruises. More at ClassicHarborLine.com. And Boston Ballet, presenting The Nutcracker. This holiday tradition mesmerizes audiences of all ages with beloved characters and Tchaikovsky's memorable score. On stage now through December 28th. Official tickets at bostonballet.org.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Back at the library tomorrow. So far, Donald Trump seems to be standing by the actions of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in these deadly boat strikes off the Venezuelan coast. Many have suggested that a follow-up strike, I think it was in September, that killed 2 survivors on one of those boats, may cause Hegseth to be found liable for war crimes. There appears to be some bipartisan support for more information from the White House and the Pentagon. One person who wants more information, including that second tape released, is Congressman from Massachusetts' 9th District, Bill Keating. He serves on the House Committees on Foreign Affairs and Armed Services. Congressman Keating, it's good to see you. Thanks for your time.
And thanks for having me back on, Jim and Marjorie.
Yes, thank you very much, Congressman, for joining us. So as Jim just mentioned, the video of that second attack when these men were supposedly clinging to the side of the boat, they survived the initial attack. Some of your colleagues have seen it. Have you seen it or spoken to anybody who has seen it?
No, the only people that have seen it thus far in Congress are the chairs and ranking members of intelligence and armed services. So the rest of us haven't seen it. And there's only been one comment, I think, that's public since then, and that's the longtime member of Congress who's the ranking member of intelligence. And he said something along the lines that in his whole career, he's never seen anything like it.
This is Congressman Himes you're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is that so-called sailors who are shipwrecked, you are supposed to rescue the sailors. You're not supposed to kill the sailors.
Marjorie, it's not even a question of what you're supposed to do. It's what you have to do. The Department of Defense own manual on the law of war, it states that you have to rescue a shipwrecked person in that situation in a military condition. And, interestingly enough, it gives an example in that manual. It's the example of a shipwrecked person with people clinging on to the ship, just the scene that we've seen here. And they term that the most clear-cut example they could give. So there's really not a lot of ambiguity here in terms of what, the scene was and what happened.
As we, I think to trace the timeline here, and I think virtually everybody knows this, originally Hegseth et al. Were saying, no, that didn't happen. Then the administration admitted it did happen. And then they did what they do really well, is let's blame somebody else. And the somebody else is Admiral Bradley, who obviously did have to be the final person in the chain here. He's on Capitol Hill today. What is likely to come out of those discussions?
I think there's a lot of respect for Admiral Bradley and any military person that's had a record such as his. And I think those things will come out in the course of the investigations that'll pursue in both chambers. And it's important to look at the details and the circumstances there. But in terms of Secretary Hegseth, one thing that just strikes me as so obvious that doesn't need a lot of investigation to this point, because there'll be a lot of detailing what he said, when he said, how it was interpreted. But what about what he said after this occurred? What about what he said as Secretary of Defense after, where he said, there's nothing wrong with this. It's appropriate. He supports doing things this way. And so I don't think for the purposes of him as secretary and the policy that's there, it's important to get the details and investigation. But he's made it pretty clear. I think it's more damning to say that afterwards than what he might have said in the moment. So to me, he's not only endorsing, he's intending to implement this policy, even on land, it seems, in Venezuela.
Well, I thought there was this small loophole that if you claim that you were sinking the ship and not killing the people because the ship might contain contraband, and that's a small, maybe a thin reed, but I thought that was a possible thin reed to get out of this.
I don't see that, because the first strike that is public of the ship, you can see it's on fire. You can see there's nothing, virtually nothing left of the ship. And this idea that they were trying to get away, there's nothing funny about the situation, but if there was, it's laughable. It's the bizarre kind of strategy that's that he's using on this, and these are lies. I mean, this is America operating in an unjustified way, in my opinion, using the military, where really the civilian side of things should be done in an investigation. And it, by the way, it's a phony premise.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean by phony premise, Congressman?
I mean this: the president has said, and has said, that this is a mission that's geared to dealing with narco trafficking that's killing hundreds of thousands of people in the United States. The facts are clear. The drugs coming from Venezuela, that's cocaine. No fentanyl is coming out of Venezuela. It comes from China, compounded in Mexico, and comes here. Now, I've had 2 relatives of my own that died with overdoses of fentanyl. I understand this, but this is a phony excuse. Donald Trump is making stuff up. What a surprise. He's saying each ship will result in saving 25,000 lives in America. Those drugs are not fentanyl. And number two, most of the drugs coming out of Venezuela, they're not coming to the United States. They're going to North Africa and Europe. And you know why? Because in the United States, a kilo of cocaine is $28,000. In Europe, it's upwards of $80,000. They're going where the money is. So it's not, and that ship evidently wasn't even headed here.
By the way, we should also add, and I'm sure you agree with this, if he really cared about drug intervention on any level, he wouldn't have pardoned former President Hernandez from Honduras, who's one of the great drug traffickers of all time, sentenced to 45 years in prison, which was his pardon the other day. We're speaking to Bill Keating, Congressman from the 9th Congressional District.
Congressman, I early on in this whole episode with attacking these boats, and there was Admiral Alvin Halsey who resigned, and he's kind of disappeared. But there was this sense that he may have resigned because he did not feel it was right to do these blowing
strikes
up of these boats. And I wonder if anybody's reached out to him, or if we know what the story is there.
There's no question in my mind that he will be brought in as a witness. But there are already reports today that there was a disagreement, a very strong disagreement between Secretary Hegseth and Admiral Halsey on this very issue. And that because Halsey, was so adamant about holding the proper military position, at least in my opinion, then, he was asked to leave, forced to resign. So again, these are the things that weigh into looking at the big picture here. This is very clear cut. I wouldn't have written what I wrote, publicly as emphatically as I. But it
was in the Globe yesterday, by the way, what the congressman's referencing. I'm sorry, Congressman. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is not something that there's a lot of ambiguity. There'll be parts of it that are, but when it comes to the secretary and it comes to these actions, I think it's very clear cut, as was the other report that was released to the public today from the Defense Inspector General on his actions during the Signalgate scandal.
Saying that he put active people in the military at great risk by disclosing this classified information. And as we said before, as Donald Trump learned as a young real estate developer from Roy Cohn, you just deny, even though it is incredibly incriminating. The Inspector General's report, the Pentagon and the White House have said nothing to see here, total exoneration. Can I get back to the earlier thing, though? One of the only heartening things from this deadly nightmare in the Caribbean, Congressman, is that a number of your Republican colleagues, including some chairs of key committees, apparently are doing the right thing and having the courage to stand up to Donald Trump. Is that going to last, or are they going to be cowed into submission like almost all of your Republican colleagues have been in the last 10 months?
I would hope it lasts, and that's very real. I've been in those classified hearings where they've spoken up so well as public hearings where they've been less vociferous. But it is important. That shows how clear-cut this is and how dangerous it is to our policy. But I am worried because the MO with the Trump administration is deal with these things, distract, let it drift into the horizon. I don't think this one will. But the reason I have said, let's put the second tape forward, there's nothing classified about this. They've been showing the strikes of all the other vessels that were hit.
Gleefully.
The first strike of this. Show the public the second strike and listen to the audio, because I'm concerned that this will get slow walked through an investigation. And I'm also concerned that there's an urgency here. As it stands now, there's such confusion in the chain of command to our military at the highest levels that how can we effectively defend this country? And then how can other countries trust us? Some of them have pulled
Well, they
away
don't, right? Great
Like
Britain,
the UK,
Great
right?
Britain, they won't share information with us, the intelligence information. I want to get back to Admiral Halsey for a second, though. I mean, what you just said, that he may have been forced out because he wouldn't follow an illegal order. And of course, we all know that Senator Mark Kelly and some veterans are in trouble with Donald Trump now for making that public service announcement, whatever you want to call it, when they...
I call it free speech, but...
Yeah, Yeah, said that military men and women should not be forced to follow an illegal order. It seemed to me they were talking about exactly this and going into some of the American cities. So Admiral Halsey was one person who seemed unwilling to, as he should have been, follow an illegal order. Is that a correct interpretation
it's
here?
And you look back, even in the first Trump administration, there were people like Secretary Mattis.
Yeah.
He made some better appointments during that period. But look what happened to them. They got forced out. But in the second administration, it's so different than the first. There's just no guardrails. There's nothing but submission on the part of everyone that surrounds him in the cabinet, and unfortunately, among too many of my colleagues.
So, Congressman Keating, let's assume that Republicans stand their ground with you and your fellow Democrats. There are hearings. There's a conclusion, hopefully a unanimous conclusion, that Hegseth committed a war crime. That guarantees nothing, correct? I mean, who would prosecute it? The Trump administration? I mean, and if Donald Trump chooses to stand by his man will continue to be, as he calls himself, the Secretary of War.
There's a international court. Of course, the U.S. doesn't adhere to that.
We don't belong to it, right?
But it might mean the secretary. If that transpired, it might mean the Secretary of Defense for the United States wouldn't be allowed in over 100 countries.
That's a very good point.
In the world. I mean, this is reality. I mean, it has all the definition of a war crime to the extent that it's the classic example in the manual.
You know, we only have 1 minute left. Let me just beyond this individual situation, which may end up, war crime is a term of art. Murder is what it seems like to me. And we haven't had time to talk about the underlying attacks in and of themselves, not just the killing of these two men may have been in violation of international law to begin with. Are we safe in this country under somebody who is, to use a word that I love that so applies to Hegseth, with an unserious, unqualified Secretary of Defense?
Our security is absolutely at risk. You've seen it when our allies won't share certain intelligence with us. You've seen it with the way they're undercutting NATO. And you've seen it, and we could do a whole show on this sometime, on the actions that he has made, as well as the administration, in terms of Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
Congressman, as always, we appreciate what you're doing, and we really appreciate you taking time to talk to us. We hope we talk again soon.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much for joining us, Congressman. We have been speaking with Massachusetts Congressman Bill Keating from the 9th Congressional District. He serves on the House Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Armed Services as well. Again, thank you very much, Congressman.
You know, we should be clear, by the way, when Bill Keating is calling for it to be released, he doesn't just mean to members of Congress. He means
to
publicly,
everybody.
like all the other tapes were. And from reports that we've heard before today, these two men were blown apart.
Blown apart,
by
that's
the
what they said.
Bomb that was dropped
after
on them
clinging for their lives to the boat.
Yeah.
With burns, one would guess as well. Okay, coming up after the 1 o'clock news, live music in Studio 3. The Levies are here for some spectacular Hanukkah music. I'm Marjorie Egan. Jim Browdy's here. He's all excited, reminiscing about his days at Hebrew School and Harriet Heinemann and the glory days as they were.
No, let's not.
Listen to BPR and 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. A trip down memory lane for Jim Browdy is coming up next. This is Boston Public Radio.
GBH is your home for quality local news and conversations that matter to you. Listener support is essential to providing the critical resources needed to cover the issues of the day with accuracy and accountability. Pitch in online at gbhnews.org.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Davis Malm. Their tax lawyers are committed to your most taxing matters. Learn more at davismalm.com. Davis Malm. Lean, agile, strategic.
In Western Avenue Studios in Lowell, home to over 350 artists, with open studios from noon to 5 every first Saturday of the month, with special holiday dates on December 6th and 13th. More at westernavenuestudios.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. what matters to you.
I'm Jim Braude, ahead on Hour 3 of VPR. Adam Gardner of Guster and David Schneider of the Zambonis are also members of the Levies. It's a band that exclusively performs songs about, are you ready? Hanukkah. And they'll grace us with some live music on Studio 3. And trust me, it is not what you'll expect.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then Thursday means Am I the A-hole? This week, a couple debates what temperature to set the thermostat at in winter. Should one person just put on a sweater and help save some bucks? Or should the cheapskate partner turn up the heat a few degrees in the name of marital comfort? Weigh in next, hour number 3, BPR 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Pentagon watchdog finds Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth violated Pentagon policies when he discussed sensitive operational details on a Signal group chat. The investigation was launched at the request of the chairman and the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee after the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg reported that he was included in a chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen.
There were two problems with the chat. One, that it was happening in a commercial messaging app. And the second was that they didn't know who they had added into the chat, namely me, and, violating basic rules of good digital hygiene.
Atlantic editor Jeffrey Goldberg speaking with NPR's Morning Edition. We should note NPR CEO Catherine Marr chairs the board of the Signal Foundation. Hegseth is also under heavy scrutiny over military strikes on boats suspected of carrying drugs from South America to the U.S. Some military lawyers and political leaders have raised concerns that a war crime might have been committed in one such encounter on September 2nd. The Washington Post first reported that Secretary Hegseth gave a spoken order to kill everybody on the boat, and according to unnamed sources, when two survivors were detected, Admiral Frank Mitch Bradley directed another strike to comply with Hegseth's order that no one be left alive. Lawmakers were expected to hold closed-door briefings today with Bradley. The FBI says it has arrested a man suspected of placing pipe bombs near the U.S. Capitol complex ahead of the insurrection at the Capitol nearly 5 years ago, according to three sources familiar with the matter. Here's NPR's Carrie Johnson.
The FBI has spent years searching for the person who put bombs near the Democratic and Republican committee headquarters hours before the assault on the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Now a federal law enforcement source says authorities think they have identified the culprit. FBI agents conducted 1,000 interviews and reviewed nearly 40,000 video files, but the alleged bomber remained elusive for years despite a $500,000 reward. New leaders at the FBI and the Justice Department intensified their focus on the case this year. Carrie Johnson, NPR News.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is challenging the legality of Trump loyalist John Sarkozy's appointment as acting U.S. Attorney for Northern New York. A court hearing is scheduled today. James is disputing his authority to oversee a Justice Department investigation into regulatory lawsuits she filed against President Trump and the National Rifle Association. U.S. stocks are mixed this hour. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 71 points at 47,811. The S&P has gained 3 points, and the Nasdaq is up 36 points. From Washington, this is NPR News.
And good afternoon with the latest from the GBH Newsroom. I'm Craig Lamolt. Local politics watchers say some voters may feel like they're missing out after Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley said this week she's not running for U.S. Senate. As GBH's Adam Riley reports, at this point, the Democratic primary comes down to incumbent Senator Ed Markey and his challenger, Congressman Seth Moulton.
Markey's argument is that he's a vigorous progressive champion who just happens to be pushing 80. Moulton's case is that Markey and elected Democrats in general are too old, and generational change is needed. UMass Boston political scientist Erin O'Brien says that had she run, Presley could have made both arguments simultaneously.
Neither candidate is a natural fit. If you want a more progressive, you want Markey. If you want younger, you want Moulton. But if you want young and progressive, there's no one in this race for you.
O'Brien says the challenge for Moulton will be maximizing his appeal to younger voters, many of whom backed Markey when he won re-election in 2020. Adam Riley, GBH News.
A new survey finds that child care workers in Cambridge make tens of thousands of dollars less than what's needed to live in the city. The data from Harvard's Early Education Initiative also found 20% of early educators have a second job just to stay afloat. Survey researcher Charlotte Petty says most workers live in cities and towns well outside Cambridge with lower costs of living.
And that can lead to really long commute times and stressors throughout their experience on the day-to-day, but also year-to-year.
More than a quarter of early educators also reported feeling emotionally drained by their work at least once a week, according to the survey. Temperatures reaching the upper 30s today and getting cold tomorrow. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Made in Cookware. Made in Cookware is crafted by chefs for use in restaurants and home kitchens around the world. Their cookware can be found at madeincookware.com. This is NPR.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Andrea Cabral and I are going to be at the Boston Public Library tomorrow with live music from the multiverse players behind the Black Hole Symphony. And the mayor is going to be with us on December 16th. The governor will be with us December 23rd. Jim has got the day after tomorrow. Hello, Jim.
Hello, Marjorie. 20 years ago, our next two guests set out to create a new canon of Hanukkah music. I'm guessing because they concluded that dreidel, dreidel, dreidel was simply not enough. They formed a band called the Levies, released an album of original Hanukkah songs, set out on tour with Bare Naked Ladies. The rest is history. Here in Studio 3 is Adam Levy, who's also, you may know him as Adam Gardner, from that great college band out of, what's it called? Tufts, called Guster. He's also co-founder and co-executive director for a fabulously important environmental nonprofit called Reverb. We'll talk about that. And of course, here is Dave Levy, also known as Dave Schneider, who cut his teeth in a band called the Zambonis, performing, this is incredible, songs exclusively about hockey and occasionally about monkeys playing hockey. Along with the rest of the band, they have 3 shows on the East Coast this weekend, including one tomorrow at True North Ale Company in Ipswich. And let me make clear to people, and so you don't turn off here, this is not just for people like me who graduated number 1 in my bar mitzvah class.
That's right, you and Harriet Heinemann.
It's even for people like Marjorie, who maybe dated a Jew or two, but is Gentile through and through. Would you not agree? I think you would.
Yep.
Okay, get tickets at thelevees.com, LEEVEES.com, or truenorthales.com for info on tomorrow's show. We're going to talk with them in a minute, but first here are the Levies performing Latka Clan. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Nice
Shall
to
we,
see you.
Dave?
I noticed you only dated a Jew. You didn't marry him.
No, but they were the best, though. They were the best.
Okay, I just checked.
We knew that, Margaret.
Well, both of our Irish wives will like
There you go.
There you go.
Hanukkah, I know it's gonna be alright. Everyone's together tonight. Feeling good, it's Hanukkah. 2 candles lit, the holiday's just begun. We're in for lots of fun. The time has come, it's Hanukkah. The sun is setting, get home as fast as you can. We'll put the oil into the pan. So come and join our Latka clan, 'cause we are Latka fans. It's true. Listen up. Your uncle's here, flew in from out of town. It's nice to have him around, even though he's weird, it's Hanukkah. Santa's cool, but Hanukkah Harry's the man. So come and join our Latka clan. We'll save you a plate, it's Hanukkah. The sun is setting. Get home as fast as you can. Ba, 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 ba. We'll put the oil into the pan. So come and join our Laka clan.
That's Adam as a human synthesizer.
Lakas and candles and dreidels and gelt. The sun is setting. Get home as fast as you can. Ba, 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 ba. We'll put the oil into the pan.
Killing it.
So come and join our Laka clan. 'Cause we are Laka fans.
Your weird uncle's doing the can. Hanukkah Harry, he's the man. Oh, everyone's here. It's Hanukkah.
The Levies.
That was great.
Oh my God. Tomorrow night at True North Ale Company in Ipswich. Go to truenorthales.com or the Levies.com. LeVees.com. That was unbelievable,
that was
you
great.
guys.
The whole album is great. So, Adam, tell us how this all began. Something to do with the back of a bus or something like that?
So the Zambonis, Dave's band, was on tour with my band Guster, and it was like July in Peoria or someplace. Not exactly the bastion of a Jewish community in Illinois, or even the Hanukkah season. But we kind of discovered, oh wait, you're Jewish, I'm Jewish. And we just talked about growing up being Jewish in America, where Christmas clearly is a superior holiday.
Yes.
And it feels tough as a kid growing up when all your Christian friends are having this amazing season and we get like socks and crappy little presents spread out over 8 days.
Which, as you get older, those socks are the greatest.
That's all the
best. Good pair of socks.
You are so right now. Darn Tough. Can we get a Darn Tough sponsorship right now by mentioning the brand?
We never get a sponsorship.
Speaking of sponsors, I was going to say this later because I don't want to set this off in the wrong tone because we're really glad you're here. When the mayor of Boston comes, she gives us swag every single month.
Yeah.
You guys walk in and can we get the camera on one of these sweatshirts on Dave here for a second? Right. This is like one of the best looking sweatshirts. It says applesauce and sour cream. That's one of their songs, by the way.
That
the Levies in the middle. And I ask you, where's ours? And what's your response?
Well, it's a Venn diagram design, first of all. My response is I made these especially for the band members only, but
you have to join the band to get one.
And let's just, in all seriousness,
can you play an instrument?
I think what you...
No, I can't play anything.
You're in.
I can sing. Not only can I sing dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. This is the little shiksik. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Sing dreidel,
that
dreidel.
Was a going. When
sing dreidel. Sing dreidel.
I can't sing it.
You sang it before.
Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. Ba 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 ba.
She can do more than that.
I made you out of clay. That's right.
This is why we wrote this album,
that's
because
exactly.
it was the only song there was. And we're like, we can do better than this. I think we can.
And you know what? One of you guys said in an interview that we thought was made up until we did our research this morning. That almost every great Christmas song was written by a Jew.
Yes.
You have a list of some of those?
White Christmas, Irving Berlin.
Yeah.
Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Sammy Kahn and Julie Stein. And then one of the best Christmas songs of all time, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire. Mel Torme.
I forget his real name, but his real name is... He changed it for a reason.
I thought he was Italian.
I know.
Yeah, I thought so. But so that's kind of odd, but really nobody was writing Hanukkah songs.
Well, a lot of people don't know. We own the Banks, Hollywood, and Christmas songs.
Is
this thing on?
No, it's not. Luckily, this is not live.
You know what the problem with Democrats are? No, I'm just kidding.
So does everybody? I mean, do people come with their menorah sweatshirts on? I mean, is this like a lot? It looks like an ecumenical event, or what's the deal?
It is not. It is very. It's really. I mean, we call this whole tour, and every tour we do the Hanukkah party for all, because it's really not.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave and I are very culturally Jewish. This whole album is themed about. It's all fun, family, and food.
Yeah.
It's really mostly food.
My wife is an anti-Semite.
I'm sorry. But I live in a town that's mostly Jewish.
She wasn't until she married you.
Yeah, that's right.
the town I live in, Brookline, mostly Jewish. I think it's like 60 or 70% Jewish. But almost everybody is a mixed family. You know, it's somebody Jewish that's married to somebody that's not Jewish. So you get the menorahs, you got the Christmas tree, you got the latkes, you got the corned beef or whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a mix now.
Yeah. Well, and again, like good entertainment is good entertainment. Like I love watching Christmas movies. I love all those, all the stop motion and animation stuff. It's amazing. I love that stuff. And in the same way, I'm hoping that people who aren't Jewish or Hanukkah curious at most still can enjoy our record because it's fun.
Hanukkah curious.
I was just going to say, I've never heard that expression in my whole life.
I've never said that before in my life.
Oh my God.
We need a Hanukkah movie, don't you think?
Well, these may be the men to make it.
A movie? What do you think?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Hallmark has made some there.
Have they really?
They're not good.
They're not.
But I mean, nothing. There's something a guilty pleasure like watching Below Deck is watching a Hallmark movie. But
yeah.
Can I share some of the names of other songs on this? What's the name of the album?
It's called Hanukkah Rocks.
Hanukkah Rocks. One of the songs at the timeshare, which it's just
at the timeshare.
How do you spell Hanukkah?
I love that.
And my favorite by far, Jewish girls at the matzah bowl. I mean. Who came up with that? I mean, that really...
A lot of these songs started with the titles.
Yeah, everything starts with the title.
Yeah, and you allegedly write these things together in minutes? Is that how this...
8 days. It was a Hanukkah miracle.
Is that true,
We really held ourselves to it.
We wrote 3 songs in 1 hour that first time we went to the back of the bus. Yeah. At the timeshare was first...
Latka Clan, I thought, was first. No?
Latka Clan was
the
first.
one I just sang.
At the timeshare, I remember. Yeah. And then Gelt Melts was real quick, but all of them are very fast.
Isn't there bagels and lox in there somewhere too?
No, we have one song that's not on any record called Anything Bagel.
Okay,
but again, all these songs they come in with. It starts with something shticky, but there's something that comes in that gives you some sort of life lesson, whatever. Even
some of them are real stories about real things. I mean, real,
yeah. And we're not relying on the shtick. Like I think the thing that we were committing to from the get of this. Well, first of all, we were just doing it for fun. We didn't have any vision for it to go beyond the back of that bus. But we're like, once we realized, okay, we have some songs here, let's make them musical. Like we both come from real bands. This isn't just schlocky shtick. It's not about just the humor, but there is obviously...
Your band is a non-hockey band, which I don't really consider.
Yeah, can we talk about that just for a second?
I clearly chose the right partner in this.
Everybody's heard of Guster. I mean, I think not everybody has heard of the Zambonis.
That is the name of our new record.
And just to be clear, if people think every single song, because I listened to practically every one last
258.
night. Oh, I didn't listen to that many, but I listened to a lot. Every one is about hockey.
Yes, but in the same way with this band, you can have the joke band, you can be the shtick, but the song has to be good.
And the songs are good. Give us some titles.
Lost My Teeth. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Is there another one that's pretty good?
Sure, The Referee's Daughter.
That's my favorite.
Bob Marley and the Heart for
That's
Railers.
my favorite, actually.
That's a good one. So what's with the
I got a concussion when I fell for you.
Oh,
but
that's
they're good
a great
songs.
one. That's
really
it.
Same thing with this band. We write songs as if the Kinks or the Cars are writing songs about Hanukkah.
Yeah.
And that's the goal.
So
Did the Kinks or the Cars write any songs about Hanukkah?
No, but Elliot Easton, the guitarist from the
Is Jewish.
is Jewish,
Yeah.
and he had a Yiddish surf band.
Oh, no, he did not.
He did, yeah.
Oh, my God. Is the whole band Jewish?
No,
or?
not the drummers.
How do you
what's
know
up
this?
with that?
How does she know all this?
Because I read the stories.
So what's with the drummer?
Well, drummers are,
they charge per beat. The Jewish drummers charge per
So you
per
couldn't
snare
afford
hit.
that? You couldn't.
Per snare hit.
Is he circumcised or not? Do you know?
Oh, you're gonna go there?
Is he or not? You don't know? It
Our
sounds
old
like
drummer
you do
was
know,
not
actually.
circumcised. Was not circumcised.
Oh, no.
That should be another song. You can name that. That's whatever.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, though, just on a little more serious note, tell people about Reverb.
Sure.
This is a really neat
Yeah,
deal.
well, actually, it ties into this band, too, because well, let's tell you about Reverb first. So my wife and I started this environmental nonprofit in 2004, so it's our 21st year, with the goal, she came from the environmental world. I've obviously been in music for 3 decades now, and I felt badly about our environmental footprint on tour with all the plastic at the end of the night. The lights come up. Everyone who's been to a concert, the lights come up and you're walking through just piles of plastic trash on the ground.
Yeah.
The tour buses, generators never shut off. Everything's just disposable. And we felt badly about it to the point where our band was calling our tour bus the Earth Eater. And
wow.
And I was, at that time we were opening up for bands like Dave Matthews Band and Maroon 5, and they felt the same way, and John Mayer. And I came back to my wife saying, it's a mess out here on the road. It's not at all how we live at home. And she was feeling badly about the environmental nonprofit world at that time, because like we all agree with each other, but we're not reaching outside of our circle. We're not reaching the mainstream, because at that point, green was just a color. Sustainability was not a word people knew. This is, we're talking about early 2000s. And then we heard about Bonnie Raitt doing something on her tour. She called it the Green Highway, where she made the tour more sustainable, but then also at the concert brought in local nonprofit groups and engaged people in nonprofit causes. So she actually became our mentor, and we started Reverb with her help. And now we just finished Billie Eilish's world tour. We're Tame Impala, Lorde. We're doing like arena and amphitheater tours. Those early artists that I mentioned that were feeling badly about their tours, they were our first partners in this, and we still work with all of them. We just celebrated 20 years with Dave Matthews Band. And so it's lots of easy ways for people and artists and the industry in general to be more sustainable, but have real impact. Because when you're talking about millions of people, we've eliminated, for example, just by offering reusable water bottles and free water at concerts, we've eliminated over 4.5 million single-use plastic water bottles at concerts.
Wow.
Just that one thing, and we do lots and lots of things. We started bringing in battery power to festivals, so Lollapalooza now powers their main stage with batteries instead of diesel generators, which is some of the worst power. They're noisy and also just terrible for the environment.
There was a great TV, I think it was the CNN. Your wife's Lauren, is that her name?
Yeah,
Your
CNN
wife,
did a piece
and
on
I think
us.
Eilish and Eilish's mother. Were you on that thing too?
Yes, we were.
That was a terrific piece. People should check that out if they want to learn more. CNN, right?
Yeah, it was. Was it
Anderson Cooper?
It was called The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper.
It's really fabulous.
Yeah, and Jack John, pretty much everyone on there. Yeah, and all those folks are on it. They're our partners of Reverbs.
So can we get back to Hanukkah?
Hold on.
Well, so to bring it back to Hanukkah, our 20th anniversary as the Levies,
right.
and we put out a new vinyl. We never had a vinyl, but it's not vinyl. It's made out of recycled plastic. It's the most environmentally friendly record you can put out right now. It's all recycled plastic, and it's injection molded instead of pressed with a hydraulic press, and it uses like a fraction of the energy to produce, and obviously.
So is it cheaper?
It's the same. It's actually pretty much the same.
Then
cost.
everybody should be doing it. Is everybody going to be doing it?
Yeah, they need to scale it up, and so we're one of the earlier.
Out to Good Neighbor.
We're one of the earlier. Yeah, Good Neighbor music. We're one of the earlier adopters, but yeah.
Now, you gentlemen are unaware that this is kind of a tragic tale.
Oh, don't do this.
This Harriet Heinemann, an extraordinary shot putter, was in love with Jim, and she let him win the
Prayer Book Award.
The Prayer Book Award in Hebrew School, hoping to win his heart, and she was just rejected horribly out of line.
Other than the shot put, that is correct.
Yeah.
That is a fairly accurate
So we have
tale.
a couple of people have mentioned a song that perhaps you could consider. Jim met Harriet at the matzo ball.
Okay.
Or a movie, Jim, The Pole Vault and the Shot Put. Jim and Harriet go to the prom, a romantic comedy.
It's really
for the
moving you
ages.
two. I can see.
Oh yeah,
really
we're feeling it.
this.
The ideas are churning in our heads.
Adam's a big shot put fan.
Yeah,
You were really?
And my daughter's a shot putter.
No, she's not.
She's a state champ in Maine.
She is
You're
not.
kidding.
Yeah.
Can I give you the greatest quote from
Yes.
the road from last year? He's on the phone with his daughter. Forget math. Just work on your rotation.
A shot put is when you turn around and you throw something.
Yeah, it's called a shot put.
Oh, I don't even
Can I
know.
get back to this new album?
Good
the
for
new
her.
Sort of
Congratulations.
vinyl. You have new songs on there too, right? A couple new songs.
Yeah, we cut a new song called The Penny. Dave, you want to tell them about it?
No.
Okay,
This
great.
is a sad
Let's have to buy the vinyl.
What's wrong with you? You don't sell the sweatshirts.
You know, the whole-
you don't
the
talk
whole-
about the songs.
The whole record is very light, but the penny is not a light.
I know
song.
it's not.
It's a story about me. When I was 13, I had my friend group, and a new kid moved next door. And within 3 days, we're all hanging out, and he threw the penny, and he said, "Pick it up." And I ran home crying. And my life kind of changed. It took about a year to pivot and find new friends, and because I tried to get back, but then in a way, it really projected me and how to deal with certain things.
But the song's beautiful. Like the chorus, to me, I don't know if I'm putting words in your mouth, Dave, but to me, it's a song. It's a song from your adult self to your child self.
Yeah,
saying like, hold your head up, be proud of who you are. It's on streaming services too.
Yep.
And the name of the album again, one more time?
Hanukkah Rocks.
Hanukkah Rocks. So who comes to these things? I mean,
I have no idea.
No, I'm serious. But you've been doing it 20 years. I mean, it's not all Jews.
Not at all.
Right?
Not at all.
Okay, I'm sorry. It sounds harsh.
No way. As a matter of fact,
it's
we just got the greatest picture I posted up on our Instagram of a guy, Matt, in Cape Cod. and he put the record on the Christmas tree, and that's
there you go.
That's what we want.
That's what you. Yeah,
we sent him an
concept.
invoice. We charged him an extra $5.
Each of these shows and every tour, really, we've been just calling it a Hanukkah party for all, and that's the idea.
Yep.
It's fabulous. And this is the 20th anniversary. You missed a year or two, but this is essentially as long as you're doing this, you're going to keep doing this, right?
Yeah.
As long as Adam can chisel away 1 week a year.
Do you guys do anything else together, or is this it? Do you talk to each other?
We hang out. Yeah, we'll see each other. Yeah.
We'll cuddle.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Around February,
nice.
we'll spoon.
So can we get back to me for just 1 second?
Yes. Absolutely.
In a moment of totals, I would really like one of those sweatshirts. And we were nice enough to have you in.
Well, let's talk about it a little bit more. First of all, the important part is it's a crew neck.
I like it.
That's right.
And it has a kangaroo pocket.
That's the part
love
that's
that.
different.
So this is...
Colors are excellent,
Adam,
by the way.
show them how you sleep.
Could you show us how you sleep, please?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I sleep like King Tut, always on my back with my ankles crossed and my hands crossed, but in the pocket. So I just fall asleep just like that.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Your fingernails don't get cold.
So the last thing I'll say, what would you say the odds of me getting one at one point? Be honest.
I don't crunch numbers well, but I think you're at 10 to 1.
10 to 1 against?
No, 4.
Really?
Oh, wow.
I can't believe you're pressing
If you bring the
this point.
Zambonis on, we'll do the old payola.
Do you not like it?
Yeah.
I'll throw in some
We will
gold chocolate
definitely do
coins,
this.
too.
We will definitely.
If someone offers, you take it gratefully. If you don't beg people for
Oh,
their.
yes, you do.
for their-
You
do beg.
Okay.
We're doing
All right,
them
you
a
beg.
favor. They're doing us a
That's
favor.
right.
So what are you
Okay.
singing this time?
This one is a very serious song. It's called Applesauce versus Sour Cream.
Yes.
Which isn't the theme of the
Hang on.
sweatshirt.
Can you guys not laugh when we say
I'm
the title?
sorry. I almost
It's a
feel like a
serious
fool,
band.
but this
We're
is
not getting
really pretty
paid for
good
this,
stuff.
and you giggle when we
Is there
mention
preference, or I thought you could do both?
I do both.
Yeah,
do
you
you
do
do
both.
both?
I do. Well, I go with the mood. You know,
Yeah.
it depends on what I'm feeling in the moment. But I do both, not in the same time. You do it together?
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
You
I
mix
do.
it, huh?
Totally.
Wow.
This morning we had bagels with just whitefish salad.
Oh.
But I said to Adam, I would put butter and cream cheese under this, and he said, absolutely cream cheese.
How great is whitefish
So you mix
salad, by the way? I mean,
Well,
it's
let's
okay.
just not
before
sing.
we finish this,
Let's not sing. Let's just
one
talk
last
about
thing.
food.
Greatest delicatessen in America.
Ooh, in America? Are we
Yeah.
talking North America? Are we counting Canada too?
Well, you're
Because
going to say
then I would
Schwartz's in Montreal.
Yes.
That is the best. Schwartz's. What's the best? It was the Carnegie before it closed.
I'm sorry. I'm going Katz's.
Well, Katz's is great, too.
That pastrami sandwich is just I hope I die there. I really...
Well, if you keep eating there, you will.
Soon.
Okay, fair enough.
Dying is
they're
so
playing
expensive.
Applesauce or sour. What's the title?
Versus
sour
'cause
cream.
it's
Here
a
they are, the
battle,
Levies.
Jim.
Very
It's a
divisive.
battle.
Again, we're going to tell you as soon as they sing how you can get tickets to tonight's show in Ipswich. Tomorrow's show in Ipswich. Here they are again, the Levies.
I'm almost ready.
You're almost ready.
I'm
huh?
almost ready. You ready?
Yeah.
We're going to count?
Let's start it like Edge from U2.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. I will follow. Applesauce versus sour cream. Applesauce or sour cream, yeah. It's the choice you're gonna have to make. Which to put on your potato cakes. Applesauce versus sour cream. Applesauce or sour cream, yeah. It's the choice you're gonna have to make. Tell your mom to fry, not bake now. Life has many decisions. It moves in all directions. This is just one huge, enormous, big decision you have to make. All right, you have to make it. Listen up, people. This is very important. One has fruit and one has milk. If you're lactose intolerant, then take a pill now. It's the choice you're gonna have to make. The grease is starting to coagulate. Your lawyer called, said everything's fine. Potato contracts have been signed. Yeah, I think my heart just skipped a beat. Jim and Marge, can't wait for your greasy treat now. Life has many decisions. It moves in all directions. This is just one huge, enormous, big decision you have to make. You have to make it. Oh, you must decide. Da 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 dum, da 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 dum, da 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 dum, ba ba da dum, ba da da dum, make it. Jews have to make it.
That was
so
fantastic.
The Levies.
The texts are coming in. People are entranced. Thank you so much, both of you,
That
for
was
coming
great,
in. We've been
guys.
listening
Really
to
good to see
Adam
you
Gardner
both.
Levy and Dave Schneider Levy of the Levies. They have a show tomorrow night. True North Ale Company in Ipswich, Saturday in Fairfield, Connecticut. For tickets and info on all things Levies, go to the Levies. By the way, it's Leevees. Leevees.
Like the Bee Gees with an L and a V.
Oh,
There you
I love
go.
that.
Thank
I
you.
love that.
Thank you. TheLevies.com. And thanks again. That was absolutely
It's great.
Great to see you again. Yeah, thanks
Okay.
for having us.
Coming up after this quick break, it's time for Am I the A-hole? This week's concern, a couple's dispute over a few degrees on the thermostat. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Arun Roth. Coming up on GBH's All Things Considered, the Tufts graduate student arrested by ICE this spring is fighting to get her student visa reinstated. A new climate study shows New England is warming faster than almost any other region in the country. And we hear the word ideology a lot these days from people of all ideologies. We'll look at how its meaning has shifted. That story and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Bach Center, presenting A Prairie Home Companion Christmas, featuring Garrison Keeler and more, at the Bach Center Wang Theater, December 18th at 8. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants, customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at FixedDental.com.
Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Andrea filling in for me tomorrow. Marjorie will be there too at the library. A couple of housekeeping things. Were they fabulous?
Fabulous.
LeeVees.com. Check them out.
That's
Go
right.
tomorrow night to Ipswich. And secondly,
The album's a riot.
The album, it's great music too.
Yeah,
It's not just
they're really
clever.
talented musicians.
It's great
obviously.
music. In any case, one other thing we wanted to bring to your attention, at 12:30 today, we spoke to the Dean of the Yale School of Public Health, and we were talking about the CDC Advisory Committee on Vaccines, arguably weakening protections for infants, particularly around hepatitis B. And the news as of this moment is CDC advisors delayed their vote on changing childhood vaccine schedules. We don't know what that means, but it means they didn't decide
And
to.
by the way, the reason they don't want to delay them is because you're not sure you're going to get, especially if you have a mother that's suffered with hepatitis, you're not sure you're going to get the newborn back to the hospital in time. That's why they want to do it while the child is in the hospital in case there's some dysfunction there. You know what I mean?
Also, as experts suggest, including right here in Massachusetts, right after birth is the time to be doing
because
this
you
thing.
can get very, very sick.
I agree. In any case, it's Thursday. Tonight's going to be really frigid. So we think we have a very timely Am I the A-hole prompt for you today. A married couple is battling over, you guessed it, the thermostat. The poster, presumably the husband, writes on Reddit, quote, I use a Nest Learning thermostat, my apologies, and I keep it at 72. I actually get cold quite easily, but I'm perfectly fine with a sweater on. My wife, on the other hand, will only wear a T-shirt and insists that her partner, meaning the husband, turn the heat up. There's some pertinent information that may change your perspective. The husband, who insists on keeping the temperature at 72, also writes that he is the breadwinner and is so fed up with his wife's request that he's thinking about charging her to pitch in for the extra heat. He writes that she makes 1/10 of his salary, doesn't know how to stick to a budget, and asks, quote, am I the a-hole, this is the husband, to ask her to just put on an extra layer and help us save a little money, a little energy. We don't know how much either of them makes, but judging by his own admission in the Post, if his wife makes, like, let's say $30,000, that means he's bringing in $300,000. Is saving money really the issue here, or is it disgraceful that he is not supporting his wife? The number is 877-301-8970. Who's the a-hole? The wife who refuses to wear a sweater and socks to keep herself warm in their Southern California abode that never gets below 72 degrees, or is the husband the jerk for nickel and diming his own spouse? 877-301-8970.
This one is easy.
I don't think it's easy in the slightest.
It is the wife. First of all,
the wife is the a-hole?
It's 72 degrees in the house. He says it's not insulated well, but the house is in Southern California,
he admitted it gets
which is a very warm place.
He admitted it gets cold.
Well, how cold does it get in Southern California?
Whatever it is.
72 degrees. She wants to wear a T-shirt all the time. You don't wear a T-shirt in the middle of February or
in your
January.
House?
You're going to wear a T-shirt tonight in your house in Cambridge there?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
The only people that, I feel bad for people that live in overheated apartment buildings because there's nothing they can do except to open the window because the place is so overheated.
Okay, so he's the a-hole, she's the a-hole according to you?
Yeah, if she wants to run around in a T-shirt in January, February, then let her help pay the heating bills.
Okay, so you say it's simple. With all due respect,
I do.
You're wrong. The husband is the a-hole for two reasons.
Why is that?
One, do you like running around your house in a sweatshirt or a sweater? I don't. I like to be relaxed at home. And that means if I feel like wearing a T-shirt and that's what she wants to wear, you wear it.
Okay, it's going to be very cold tonight, Jim. It's going to be like 10 degrees. It's not like in Southern California where it hardly even gets cold. It's going to be like 10 degrees.
I'm going to tell you what I'm wearing. I'll wear it laid out.
Your boxer shorts and a T-shirt?
No, one of those weightlifting shirts. Just with
Sleeveless?
Sleeveless. Okay, that's one. In all seriousness, nobody likes to be bundled up in their house. Number two. You
don't have to be bundled up. You wear a nice little fleece pair of pants.
What kind of husband who makes more money says, because I'm unhappy with my wife, I'm going to charge her for part of the heat provision in the house?
There is an environmental
That's not an
issue
a-hole
here, too. We're all supposed to be helping the environment by not jacking up the heat all winter long when we don't need to. What kind of heat do they have? They probably have oil heat. They're out there in Southern California.
Well, I would doubt that. In any case, anonymous texter says, silk caftans. Jim wears silk caftan. If that's what you want to wear, that's what you wear.
Close your eyes for a second and just envision that. That'd be a beautiful thing.
What was the funny part? I'm missing the humor. Did I miss the humor?
No, there'd be a great breeze when you walk around.
Oh, that's great. No, I'm laughing my heart out here. 877-301-8897. In all seriousness, any spouse who charges his or her spouse for expenses because they're unhappy with him is the a-hole. Not to mention, I'm totally serious about this. I don't like wearing heavy, cumbersome clothing when I get into my house.
Haven't you heard of all the what's the stuff that the guy that
fleece?
Yeah, fleece. But
I don't like it.
You don't like
fleece touching my skin.
What is wrong with fleece touching your skin?
I don't like touching my skin.
Well, what do you think is appropriate to touch your skin? I believe you're wearing a fleece sweater right at the moment, Jim.
I didn't know. I thought I wasn't at home. I thought I was actually at work today, Marjorie, where I generally do wear more clothing than I do in my house. You don't
like fleece touching your skin. I believe it is touching your skin.
This is not fleece. This is cotton. I wear nothing but cotton.
Oh, you wear nothing but cotton.
Okay, thank you. 877. This is really getting very intense and unpleasant here. 877-301-8970. Let's set it up. who is the a-hole here? Is it the husband who is saying it's already 72 degrees, and if the wife doesn't want to put on a sweater, then she's going to have to pay more of the fuel costs? Or is it the wife? What's the reason the wife is there? Oh, because she won't put on a sweater.
She won't put on a sweater when it's already 72 degrees in the house. Okay, here's some text. I don't think the question is who's the a-hole. The question is, can this marriage be saved? Here's another one. I can tell you in my house, I am the a-hole. I told my daughter she moves the thermostat an inch at all above 65 degrees. She's going to have to start paying the rent. And somebody else asked if there's trauma in the household there that causes them to get into a big fight over that.
Well, I mean, it's a money thing. Don't you think it's a money thing, even though the guy's making a ton, apparently?
Well, it's an environmental thing, too. You don't need it that.
Well, then he shouldn't have it. He's so concerned about the environment. He shouldn't have it at 72 degrees to begin with.
Exactly.
Have you ever had your thermostat at 72 degrees?
68 degrees.
69.
That's what you're supposed to have. 69?
I have 69.
Okay, well, according to the, where is this from? Some
Reddit. It's a Reddit thing.
No,
I think.
this thing here? No, it's a thing about what you're supposed to set your temperature to.
Yeah.
This is what you're supposed to do. In the winter, experts recommend you set your thermostat at 68 degrees when you are at home and 60 to 65 degrees when you're asleep. You can set it higher, but it will reduce efficiency. It lead to higher energy bills. And, of course, if it's 20 degrees outside, you have to perhaps...
Can I restate this before we start taking calls? Marjorie's position, if I may, is that if you're not happy at home, you should be wearing a down jacket. Seriously, you're cooking, the oven's on, wear a down jacket, maybe put a scarf on, boots, gloves. She likes wearing a T-shirt.
You ever heard of the North?
She should be able to wear what she wants to wear.
North Face line of clothing. I've had the same North Face pair of pants now for about 15 years. They feel great on your skin. They're nice and soft. And I can't think of it. It's Poly something or other. The guy,
Poly something.
I'm going to look it up. The guy made up it. Maybe the staff can look it up. Aaron Furstein. He's the guy that had the.
No, that's fleece.
That's
it's not
a special name for
Aaron
it.
Fierstein. Aaron Fierstein is the guy from Walden Mills, by the way.
He was a wonderful man.
His plant burnt down, and he kept the thousands of workers on the payroll as long as he could. He was invited to Clinton's State of the Union.
That's right. And Jim says that's not good enough for him. He doesn't want to have any of Aaron Fernstein's.
Furstein. It's not Fernstein. Let's go to, this is really already, this should be over soon because it's not going to be good. Oh, Fierstein,
okay.
That's right.
We need the name of the material that his clothing was made out of. It was
Lauren, excuse me.
Malden Mills is the name of the place. Okay, and Hannah's finding the name of the material.
Fine. Lauren in Marblehead, you're first
Lauren.
on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi. Who's the a-hole?
Marjorie.
Whoa,
no.
That's a first.
Oh, Politech. That's what it's called.
Is Lauren
Politech.
talking or not?
Okay, Lauren, go ahead.
Go ahead, Lauren.
So I'm a little appalled at Marjorie's lack of empathy.
So am
I. I am someone that grew up ski racing, but I am naturally very cold.
Sure.
And I keep my heat at 75. I don't want to wear a sweater like Jim. I want to be able. I don't wear a t-shirt, but I wear like a long sleeve shirt and some, longer pants. But it is nothing worse than being cold and you can't get warm.
Exactly.
And so there has to be some sort of balance and some sort of compromise. And I'm not confident this marriage is going to last very long. But yes, Marjorie.
Okay. I'm not empathetic, but I feel as
Lauren,
though
that was a brilliant
you could put
call,
on
by
a
the
nice, warm,
she doesn't want to.
Sweater.
Why should she have to wear what she doesn't
because
want to wear?
Because 75 degrees is
Lauren,
a lot of energy in the house. Polytech, unfortunately, is full of polyester, Jim.
Why don't we, as you know, I do not wear polyester.
Yeah. Some
Even
Polytech,
Fierstein
like power wool, combine different materials such as polyester and merino wool to create hybrid and performance fabrics.
Okay, fine.
A lot of the material, though, is recycled.
Okay.
I like it. I think it feels very good.
Okay, good. Here is, by the way, this is a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where Larry is debating bedroom temperature with Loretta and the great Leon. Here it is.
Could you make it any hotter in here, by the way?
That feels good. 75 is perfect.
I can't even sleep in this room at night. It's so hot. Honest to God.
What temperature would you prefer?
68 degrees.
68? Yeah. Now, see, that's some white people right there, LD, okay? Black people like it a little bit warmer at night, okay?
Well, at least compromise.
No. 75 works for me, LD.
I'll call Leon. Let's see what he says. Leon! I can't sleep. It's too hot at night. I want to sleep in 68-degree temperature. She wants to sleep in 75 degrees. Let's compromise at 72.
Oh, no, that, Larry. I'm an 82 man myself.
See there? I told you.
Leon, we had
82.
Jamie Smoove on the show once. It was a thrill. 877-301-8970. What?
One of the texters says, wait till the wife hits menopause. They'll save a ton of money on heating then.
Carolyn's, I'm sorry.
Somebody else says both of them are a-holes, Jim. They have no sympathy for either of them.
Carolyn Saugus, who's the a-hole? Hi.
Both of them are.
Why?
Because if he's going to charge the wife for turning up the heat, he's an a-hole.
Yeah.
And she should put on a sweater. I used to live upstairs from a guy who complained about how expensive his oil bill was.
Yeah.
I used to live in a one-bedroom apartment, walking around in a T-shirt and boxers. And I'm like, well, put some clothes on. You won't, And now I just got my gas bill the other day. It was $200 for a month.
That's horrible.
So put on a sweater. Put on sweats.
Carol, what if she doesn't want to put on a sweater?
Divorce her.
That's beautiful.
Out
That's
the
lovely.
window.
Carol, thank you
Of
for
course,
the call.
I would
We
like to
appreciate
point
it.
out that if we're using more renewable energy as source of heat instead of gas and more pipelines, which are getting charged for by the gas company, or oil, which is a fortune and ruining the earth and all these things,
You have no idea
we
if
wouldn't
they're
have
using,
this problem.
You have no idea if they're using oil. You made this up completely. No, you didn't.
I was referring to the caller who talked about her gas bill.
Oh.
Electricity and gas
Gas is
bills
not-
are all going up, and one of the reasons is that we have shut down all our efforts to get more affordable clean energy from the wind farms and the sun farms.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, as you know, climate change is a hoax.
It's
If
a hoax.
you shouldn't
That's
be
right.
Doing it.
It's a hoax.
Mary in Boston, who is the a-hole? I appear to be winning so far. Thank you. Welcome. Hi.
Hi. Of course, I agree with the person who said it's a matter of balance.
Yeah.
But 72 is a very reasonable temperature. And I'm sorry, if you live in New England and you're unwilling to put on a pair of socks in the wintertime, then you are the giant a-hole. Like T-shirt and no socks, come on.
Well, in all fairness, Mary, we don't know if she's not wearing socks. Do we know if she's not wearing socks, Marjorie?
She's wearing flip-flops.
No, Marjorie,
Flip-flops.
Marjorie, can I tell you what?
She should live in Florida.
Mary, can I tell you something? What Marjorie does,
That's right.
which most listeners find really offensive, is when she's losing an argument, she makes up the facts, and the socks are not in the story.
The socks are
She
not in
made
the
it
story.
up. So get that.
You are a big fan of socks, Jim.
I am a socks fan.
So do you wear you wear your socks, your sleeveless T-shirt, and your boxers?
It doesn't matter what I wear, Marjorie. Mary, thanks for the call. What matters is I wear what I want to wear, which is what this woman, the wife, wants to do. She doesn't want to be told by the husband who wants to send her a bill for the heating fuel. She shouldn't be told what she wants to wear.
So if you're not concerned about being warm in the wintertime, then why would you send me for Christmas the red wool socks?
Yeah.
What was I supposed to do with those?
Because the reason I sent them to you, Marjorie, if I may, you've only mentioned this 10,000 times through the years, is because most people appreciate an attractive, useful gift. You apparently are not one of those people. And you've repeatedly for we're going to get into this as we get closer to Christmas. Marjorie thinks high red wool socks that were very expensive, by the way, were an inappropriate gift, but sending me a sausage is an appropriate gift.
Because you told me that's what you wanted, Jim. You wanted sausage. Maybe I'll mix it up this year, though. Maybe I'll go to bacon.
Well, what's your combo?
A combo.
My dream, by the way, I didn't want to say this to you, is 1 month bacon, 1 month sausage, 1 month salami.
Oh.
Yeah, like a back and forth.
I'll see if I can do that.
Jennifer is in Little Compton, one of Marjorie's favorite places.
Yes, I love
Hi there,
Little
Jennifer.
Compton.
How are you?
I'm fine. A little chilly here, but that's why I'm calling.
Oh, please.
So I feel like I'm going to be the Debbie Downer in bringing up the environmental.
Please.
Exactly.
Go right ahead.
I do not air condition my house in the summer, and I do not heat it above 68 or 70 in the winter.
Wow.
And I find, what, I love putting on my wool clothes in the winter, and I love switching to cotton in the summer. Yeah, that's why we have seasons. That's why we live in New England. So I vote for, reducing your energy. And I have all solar, so I'm not paying any energy costs. But
there you go.
That's my thing. Yeah.
Now, Jennifer, you say what you like to wear in the house. How would you feel in this circumstance? Jennifer, I've just decided I would like you to wear 3 sweaters and a down jacket. Because that'll make me happier.
Talk about
How would
making,
you feel? Excuse
making
me.
up the facts.
Excuse me, I'm talking
there was
to Jennifer.
no mention of 3 sweaters and a down
I'm talking to
jacket.
Jennifer.
Well, wait a minute. I have an answer to that.
Okay, please.
Jim, if it would make you happier for me to wear 3 sweaters and wool socks, I would lie and tell you that that's what I'm wearing right now.
Jennifer, you are a fine caller and a fine person. Thank you.
Good for you,
very
not
much
paying
for the
any
call.
energy costs. So you paying nothing for heat or electricity, Jennifer?
No, I have solar, and it covers, and I have a solar battery, so it covers all my.
It's fabulous.
Well, to tell you what, I paid for it up front by installing all this stuff.
Yeah.
But it will pay off in the long run.
Yeah.
Jennifer, thank you for the call.
Imagine
we
that,
appreciate it.
have
Stay
no
warm.
heating bills in the
I
winter
can't,
and no electricity bills in the summer and no air conditioning bills in the summer. And by the way, he's not asking her to wear a parka or three big sweaters. He's asking her to wear a sweatshirt or perhaps just a cardigan. Now, an anonymous texter says what they should do is they should paint the bedroom red and set the thermostat to 69,
I wouldn't be
like
saying
Jim
that.
does in his sex room.
It's not a sex room. It's my little tiny office at home.
And the reason Jim was home with COVID, and we were very impressed that he was working through COVID until we saw that he was working from this red room. And because of
Everybody's heard
one
this
of our
like 50
engineer,
times.
well, in case they missed it, our engineer Maddie said, "Wow, Jim's room looks just like the sex room. It's in the hit Netflix show.
How does she know?
How to build a sex room?" Well, you'll have to ask her yourself.
I will ask her
but she knew
tomorrow.
all about how to build a sex room, and she said Jim was well on his way, and he boldly forged ahead and broadcast from
you're
that
like
room.
Donald Trump, by the way. When you're
Nonetheless.
losing an argument, you pick up something that has nothing to do with the argument. We're talking about, does this wife have the freedom, the independence to be able to dress like she wants to?
Okay.
And the freedom to not be sent a bill by her husband
Here's a good
for
text.
10%
Here's
of
a
the
good
fuel
text.
costs.
The wife is a jerk, pretty selfish on several fronts. She should at least use blankets. 72 is perfectly reasonable. My office keeps it at 65 degrees, and I have to wear fingerless gloves at work.
That's horrible. By the way, this anonymous texter has a better idea than I
Yep.
came up with. Liverwurst of the Month
Club.
would solve the problem. I would do that. Oh my God, Jim in a car. Who is the a-hole here? By the way, it's going to be frigid tonight, so this is relevant.
Frigid, that's right.
Hello, Jim.
Right. Hi. Yeah. So what happened to me is I'm one of these people who wants the temperature low and save the energy, and that's great. But what did it for me was I got some not fur, not like rabbit fur or something, but like fluffy lined slippers.
Very good.
Changed the game.
Yeah.
Change the game?
Changed the game.
How do you feel when
It's
you're in
like
those slippers? How do you feel, Jim?
warm, toasty, like it's an everlasting hug. It's great.
Oh, that's a beautiful image.
What
Thank
kind?
you.
What kind? Give us a brand. Is
With apologies, I may be saving the environment with my thermostat, but I just got whatever I saw on Amazon.
okay.
Perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Jeff
got those.
Bezos
I got those
appreciates it.
Bomba
Thank
slippers.
you, Jim. Bomba's really high
Yeah,
quality.
they say
and
that
allegedly
they're-
they give one
Yeah.
pair to homeless people or
Yes.
low
If
income
for every
people. or
pair of
some-
socks you buy, they're giving a pair of socks
Yeah.
to somebody else. So the same thing with the slippers. The slippers were expensive, but they are really nice.
really?
Yeah, they're very
Well,
nice.
let me just say-
and you know what?
No.
I feel as though I'm doing my part by getting home, putting on my nice Bomba slippers after work in the
Really?
afternoon, Jim. Yeah.
Okay, good.
What
Now-
do you wear? Do you just go barefoot?
No, I don't. It's not really your business what I wear. I don't ask you questions like that, so don't ask me questions like that.
I'm in my polo tech. I'm all set. I've
You
got
don't
my
wear-
North.
you don't know wear
I've got
polo
my
tech.
North Face pants
thank you.
on and my North Face shirt.
Okay, so the husband is allegedly, according to Marjorie, requiring that his wife, who, as far as I know, is an independent human being, puts on a sweater or else. The whole sweater concept, of course, was celebrated by Amy Poehler and Maya Rudolph in this classic SNL sketch. Here it is.
Well, you know what? At least the weather's turned.
Oh, sweater weather.
Sweater weather.
Sweater weather.
Oh, God, I was...
Finally, sweater weather. Sweater weather.
It's about time.
It's about time.
Sweater weather.
Sweater weather.
Oh,
Finally, sweater weather.
Sweater weather.
Sweater weather.
That is really, really, really
Oh my God,
funny.
they're so.
Phyllis
so
and
funny.
Newton, who's the a-hole? Hi.
This is ridiculous.
It is.
The part of charging your spouse for part of the heat
Ridiculous.
is absurd.
Absurd.
But you're going to hate this. I put it at 59 when I go to sleep. My husband didn't like it, but I love piling the blankets on me these days.
Oh, that's good.
And I bought him pajamas, and that worked out. It's okay. He still doesn't love it. His face feels like it's in a freezer. But now
That's
he's
really
throwing
nice.
blankets over his head, so it works out.
Your husband is not around by any chance, is he, Phyllis, to talk to?
Oh, I could get it.
Yeah, get him and let's find out how he feels like his face, feeling like he's in a freezer. What's the guy's name?
Mark, you there,
Mark, come here, Mark.
Jim wants to talk to you.
Mark, we want to talk to you.
Mark's coming
Brownie
over.
wants to talk to you about your face being so cold at night because the room's at 59.
Yeah, you don't have to tell him the whole thing.
59.
So I can handle
59. Wow.
Mark, get over here.
59.
Where's he doing? Is he eating lunch? What is he doing, Phyllis?
He's coming up the stairs.
Okay, it's like the show's over soon.
Yeah.
Mark. Hey, Mark.
Hello.
Mark, how are you? Mark, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about Phyllis turning the thermostat to 59 degrees? Tell the truth. Obviously, that's the answer.
The answer is we've been married over 55 years.
Yeah.
So I've discovered that there's some questions that are better left unanswered.
Exactly my point. Now, Mark, even Phyllis admitted that there are times, even when you cover up at night, that your face is ready to crack from the cold. Is that true?
It does feel that way sometimes, yes.
Okay, well, Mark, you answered all our questions.
Mark,
that was excellent.
Guy. What a
Phyllis,
nice guy
thank you for your
are.
call. That was a beautiful conversation.
It was a beautiful conversation.
We had the whole family there.
And here's another angle.
What is it?
From a texter. Maybe the wife in her T-shirt wants her husband to keep her warm.
Oh.
Isn't that lovely?
I don't think so in this relationship, actually.
Yeah. And somebody else says, Emily says she's so traumatized by her father's thermostat rules growing up, she's afraid to touch her own thermostat above 65, that he's going to pop into the room and scream at her.
Who's the a-hole? Were you listening, Jerry Bowen?
I was.
Who's the a-hole?
They both are.
Oh, that's so cheap.
Well, he can't expect that of her, but I am.
Look at him. He's in a turtleneck.
I know, exactly.
He's at work. I'm in a sweater, too.
Yeah. I love to be home and see my breath and be in a sweatshirt all at the same time.
In all seriousness, if a partner in a relationship, in this case wife, wants to wear a T-shirt, she wears a T-shirt. End of discussion, right? And you have to accommodate her any way you can.
No, because it's one thing to be really, really warm because you can't really deal with that, but it's another to be really, really cold where you can throw on some sweatshirts.
That was the worst answer.
You could have a little cuddle corner.
Degrees in there.
What did you say?
Isn't that warm enough?
Cuddle corner. Ooh. That's what you were just talking about.
That's right. People said that Jim can't possibly walk around barefoot because he suffers from.
Okay, can I tell you something?
What?
You were so childish. No, this is the Morton toe thing. First of all, I do not have Morton's toe. Secondly, it is not something you suffer from. It's when your second toe is longer than your big toe. Oh. And a lot of people have it. I don't know how many percent. I don't have it. But if I had it, it's not something to be embarrassed about.
Stop touching me under the table with your Morton toe.
That's why Harriet broke up with him.
Okay, fine. You know...
He's touching me, Marjorie.
Marjorie's
He's
like
touching
a grown
me under
woman.
the table.
Can we
with
put the
his
camera on
right
Marjorie
now?
instead of me? Not Jared. Put the camera on this child. Look at her. Leave the camera there. We're not going to continue with the show until Marjorie's able to come out. Look at this. Look at this.
They're zooming in on you.
Okay, whoops. I put the thing over my face. Okay.
What a humiliation that was for you.
What's on your show?
So we're going to be speaking with the Tony Award winner, Matt Doyle. He's a Massachusetts native.
Exactly.
He has a show called Make the Season Bright. It's a holiday show.
I figured it was.
You're so trying to hold it in right now. I love that. That's the worst.
Did you know that only Jews wrote the most famous Christmas songs ever? We
like
learned
Irving Berlin.
Irving Berlin,
That's right.
Julie Stein, Mel Torme was Jewish, wrote the Christmas song, the best of them all.
I thought he was Italian.
No, it was a made-up name. It's one of those made-up names. You're really... Can you put... Why is the camera on me? Look at this. This is what I deal with every day. And people... Okay, what else on the show? Sorry.
Levven Bakery. You know Levven Bakery?
Yes, I do.
Those amazing cookies. They're coming in. The founders are coming in because it's their 30th anniversary and they have a new cookbook.
It's a great place.
And Cirque du Soleil is here.
Wow.
Acrobatics.
Wow.
The night before.
You got a great show. They're going to bring some pastries. Maybe we should mosey on down. Find out.
Jim's Morton toe is already down in our studio trying to get some cookies.
If you go 3 feet ahead of him now, though.
Okay. I'm not going to help her finish the show. See, I want to see Margie finish the show.
No, I'm going to rise to the occasion.
15 seconds.
Okay.
Let's see if she can
Thank
do
you for tuning in today. Tomorrow, Marjorie and Andrew Cabral and I will be hosting from the Boston Public Library with a tech-focused version of our media analysis panel, Press Play. Co-founders of 404 Media. We're going to find out all about them. Live Music Friday with Black Hole Symphony, the group that combines musical theory with astrophysics. Plus, the Boston Globe's Shirley Young, and local woman Sue O'Connell, our media maven, our
Who's
crew.
been covering the trial.
She's been covering with the trial, which is going national. I mean, it's all over the
CNN
national news.
on its app is
Brian Walsh,
broadcasting on it,
the guy who said he's just found his young wife dead and
Just happened to die in the
and
bed.
he had to dismember her.
Well, he hasn't said that, but that's not funny. Here she goes again. Okay, I'm not helping. This is good. She's going to get fired, I'd say today.
Okay.
Tom Rush you're going to see.
I am going to go see Tom Rush on Friday night up in Shirley. I'm so excited about it. He's a great concert. Anyways, Zoe Matthews, Aidan Carlin, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, Brad Lewis ran our YouTube stream. Thank you to Brad. Our engineer, John the Claw Parker. Our executive producer, Jane Bologna. The Culture Show is next. I'm Marjorie Egan.
Text us and tell us what you thought about Marjorie's behavior in the last 10 minutes. I'm Jim Browdy. Bye.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Ballet. Now through December 28th. Official tickets at bostonballet.org.
Some people find turkeys amusing, while others want to get their pecking in order. Explore how an effort to bring back wild turkeys led to avian antics around Boston. Watch Turkey Town, tonight at 10 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org.
Coming up today, Tony Award winner Matt Doyle, the Massachusetts native known for his acclaimed work in Company, Spring Awakening, and the Book of Mormon, makes a holiday homecoming. He's with us ahead of Make the Season Bright, a concert filled with seasonal classics, fresh arrangements, and a bit of Broadway flair. Then we're turning up the heat with two friends who built a baking empire out of a single over-the-top cookie. Levven Bakery co-founders Pam Weeks and Connie McDonald join us to talk about 30 years of early mornings, big risks, and even bigger cravings, and their new book that folds 3 decades of friendship and flour into one story. And Not a Creature Was Stirring? Cirque du Soleil has other plans for Christmas Eve. 'Twas the Night Before is a high-velocity interpretation of A Visit from St. Nicholas. It's driven by dance, comedy beats, and acrobatics. One of the performers joins us to talk about what it means to literally jump through hoops for this whirlwind of a Yuletide show. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Bowen, you're listening to The Culture Show, and we're listening to Matt Doyle performing Let It Snow.
Weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
This is just a hint of the holiday cheer he's bringing to Worcester on December 10th when he'll take the stage for Make the Season Bright, a concert steeped in seasonal favorites. It's a show that comes in the midst of a career that has carried Doyle from the screen on Gossip Girl to the stage with early turns in Spring Awakening and War Horse to his truly show-stopping Tony Award-winning performance in Company, the Stephen Sondheim classic. And for Doyle, this visit is also a homecoming. He spent part of his childhood in Massachusetts, and returning for a holiday concert offers the chance to reconnect with a place that shaped his early years. Matt Doyle, welcome to The Culture Show.
Thank you so much for having me, Jared. It's so nice to be here.
Well, to give us a sense, before we talk about what it's like to come home again, with the show, how you describe the show and the music that you will bring to us. I know you've done an album by the same name.
Yeah. So doing a Christmas show every year is my favorite. I get to do it in the city, and I make sure that I have this annual event every year where I encourage everyone to wear an ugly Christmas sweater and just, bask in Christmas music and sit back and enjoy themselves. And it's nice because we've started to tour the show, and I actually get to do it this year with John McDaniel, the incredible pianist that I'm going to be working with, who we all know from Rosie O'Donnell and is a Grammy and Emmy nominated performer himself. And it's a real thrill because I love this music so much. I mean, there's nothing like, I think, just that comfort that comes with the holidays and comes with hearing this music. And I'm really excited because this time I actually get to tie in some of my Broadway stuff as well. You'll be hearing not just about my childhood and some Christmas stories, but you're going to be hearing about my Broadway career as well. And I'll throw some company in there and some songs from shows that I've done over the years.
Well, we're going to get back to company, as you might imagine, in just a little bit, because I saw it. It was a show-stopping number.
But thank you.
When you think about the holidays, I was thinking about that because I know when you said the city, you're talking about New York City, because I know you're coming to Worcester, of course. But when you're spending so much time doing these shows, is it almost like living in your own Hallmark movie?
It absolutely is, especially because I get to do it with the creators of this album and people that I've worked with over the years, like John, and it's really wonderful because it feels like this moment every year where we all get to come together and just try to be joyful no matter what we've been through over the past year. And I know that a lot of us feel anxiety lately and confusion and feel a little scared with everything going on in the world. And I feel like the best thing about the holidays is there is this sense of togetherness and sense of connecting with the constants in your life. And I think that's what holiday music does. So that's why I've always been drawn to it, because for me, it is a reconnection to family, whether it's your chosen family and your friends or your actual family. And for me coming to Worcester, it's my actual family and distant relatives, I think, coming to this show. My whole family is from Massachusetts. My mother was born in Worcester. My grandfather grew up in and outside of it. And I'm from Manchester by the Sea. My dad's from North Attleboro. My mom grew up in the Berkshires. I mean, we are Massachusetts through and through. So it's wonderful to do any shows in Massachusetts.
Does it make it harder when you know people are probably a little bit less filtered sitting there in the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, less filtered because they're from Massachusetts and because they're my family. But I think I'm more nervous actually whenever it's my family sitting there because they've seen me, as a kid, or I haven't seen them in years. And these are the shows that I think I actually get a little bit more candid because I'm able to share more of myself and have some familiar faces out there.
So what's the nature? We don't want you to recreate the show, but what's the nature of the stories that you tell? Are there axes to grind, or are they warm, hot cocoa memories?
It will be more warm, hot cocoa. I think we'll aim for that. It is the holidays. But something that I think I've been told about myself over the years and doing cabaret and doing concerts is that I'm always told that it's like sitting in my living room and I'm telling you stories. And for me, that's a way to just share my identity and share my journey, and hopefully it can inspire. Hopefully, I know there's a lot of young performers in Worcester and in the area that I'm even going to be working with and teaching in a master class, and I'm so excited to do so. That it's nice to be able to share my story. I started in the city when I was 19 years old and moved, fresh out of 1 year of conservatory in London and started my career very young. And so if I can inspire young performers and also just bring some holiday cheer as well, then that's the goal of the show, I think.
Well, I want to stay on that for a moment because I read that and so many people there's a whole lot of conversation about higher education right now. Yep. and the necessity of it, or maybe not, and you're living proof of the maybe not part. How did you know that it was right for you to do it the way you did it? I mean, you had very good training in the UK, we have to say.
Yeah. For me, it was just, I've always trusted my gut, and from a really, really young age, and I've always been a risk taker. And I'm grateful that the risk paid off and that it was the right journey for me. But one of the most beautiful things that I've learned over the years is that there really is no right or wrong journey for anyone going into the arts. I've known people move to the city after being an actor in Chicago for 40 years and all of a sudden they're Tony nominated within a couple of years, or people who need to come at 19 years old because the city is calling for them. And that's how I felt. I had the opportunity to go to Carnegie Mellon and continue my education, but I decided, nope, I'm gonna get a survival job and move into the city, and luckily had the support of my parents allowing me to do so, even though they said go get a job and figure it out. and just went to open calls, sat on the non-equity benches as we call them, because I wasn't a part of a union yet, and just waited and got really lucky because there was a little show called Spring Awakening that was happening at the time, looking for young performers, and that's what started my whole career. So,
how long before that happened?
I was here for a year auditioning, and I actually, funny enough, I had reached back out to Lambda because I had a moment of panic and asked them, "Oh my gosh, I think I made a mistake here. Will you let me come back?" And they were like, "If you want to come back." And then about a week later, I was getting callbacks for Spring Awakening, and I emailed them again and it said, "No, I think I'm going to stick it out. I think I'm going to stay here."
Well, this is a good moment to transition. By the way, if people are just tuning in, I'm speaking with Matt Doyle. He's the Tony Award-winning actor. His show Make the Season Bright is a holiday concert that's part of the Broadway and Worcester series. You can catch him on Wednesday, December 10th at the Brick Box Theater at the Jean McDonough Arts Center. We'll go back to the holiday in a moment, but I can't wait to talk to you about Company. And, of course, this is the show-stopping part. Here you are performing in the revival of Company in 2022, Getting Married Today.
Yes.
Part of me is everybody there, because if everybody's there, want to thank you all for coming to the wedding. I'd appreciate your going even more. I mean, you must have lots of better things to do, and not a word of it to Paul. Remember, Paul, you know the man I'm gonna marry, but I'm not, because I wouldn't ruin anyone as wonderful as he is. But I thank you all for the gifts and the flowers. Thank you all. Now it's back to the showers. Don't tell Paul, but I'm not getting married today.
So, as I said, I was sitting in that audience. That number is so extraordinary. It's only a few times in my life where I've seen the mid-show applause and ovation
Oh my gosh.
that you received. First of all, let's walk through this a little bit.
Yeah.
How daunting was it to get this role, but know that you had to do that, and that was only one little tiny part of that song?
One tiny part of that song and one tiny part of the show, and yet I knew the impact of that role and I knew the pressure of that role, just because, you know, it was this kind of legendary song, especially if you know Sondheim and you know musical theater. There were big expectations behind it. And I have to say, we had a really long journey with Company. We were supposed to open before the pandemic in March 2020, and we were 9 previews in before the world shut down. And this was like my big break. I mean, I'd been working in theater for a while, but this was the role that everyone wanted, everyone, you know, sought after, and I could not believe I was in the fortunate position of being there. And I did not have global pandemic on my list of things that could have possibly, you know, gotten in the way of that. But we had the opportunity of coming back after 2 years. And I think if I had opened the show then, I would have been a wreck, because I was so focused on it, you know, being this really important thing and trying to impress before the pandemic happened. And what happened after almost 2 years of not being able to perform and our entire industry being shut down and watching, you know, the whole world go through what we all went through, it really put some perspective into place for me. And I think we all came back in Company when we reopened the show on the other side of that, completely different performers. And I was no longer focused on trying to get the good New York Times review or please all of the people that were coming, you know, and crossing their arms in judgment, seeing if I could do it. It was just, what do I have to offer and what can I bring to this role, which was why I booked it in the first place. And that is, I think, just myself and authenticity and earnest quality that this nervous wreck who's terrified of getting married needed, and having a mental breakdown on stage every night. So it was very daunting, but I am so grateful for the journey I had with it, because I learned a lot along the way, and I think completely changed as a performer on the other side of the pandemic, and that's why I was able to bring just myself to it.
And what was it like to know that it was a Sondheim show? And at that time, at least early on, Stephen Sondheim was still alive. Yeah. And anybody who knows theater knows that Stephen Sondheim's he paid attention to all casting. He paid attention to how things were rendered. So you had the weight of his gaze as well.
Yeah. It was overwhelming at first. He was in the room with us. Luckily, I had worked with Stephen on Sweeney Todd. We did a little production of Sweeney Todd off Broadway in a pie shop. It was immersive, and I was on the table performing in front of Stephen Sondheim and grabbing his shoulder and singing his songs directly to his face. So that kind of broke the nerves for me, and I felt well prepared, I think, to be able to work with him in a room and be able to take notes from him without having a mental breakdown, even though I was supposed to. And I had an amazing time working with him. He was so specific, and he cared so much about his work, and he wanted it to grow, and he wanted it to evolve. And I think that's what was so inspirational about Steve, is that he didn't want his shows to become, museum pieces. He wanted them to continue to grow for new generations, and that's why this revival was so successful. But it was unbelievable. I mean, we had our first preview back after the pandemic, and we were supposed to originally open on his 90th birthday. We came back, and he was sitting there for our first preview, and he gave us notes that night, and we all talked to him, and then we lost him just 5 days later, completely out of the blue. So it was quite a journey working on that and being a part of so many historical moments, good and bad, and just being able to honor Steve after that. The most terrifying night of my life. Yeah. We're singing the most difficult song in musical theater the night we lost Stephen Sondheim, and just praying, don't screw it up. Not tonight. Please don't screw it up.
But
and
you
I
didn't.
Thank God.
Yeah. Did you ever? I often wonder that after I left the show. Does it become muscle memory, or are there moments where you would trip up?
There were moments I would hear about all of them. There were moments if I just slipped a little bit or slurred a little bit, I'd see a comment on Instagram later, I heard him slip, stuff like that. So I was always terrified of messing up. But on I think it was the last night before the Tonys, I was almost through it, and I repeated a verse and just went into what we call the white room, where you have no idea where you are on stage all of a sudden, and I just started repeating lyrics over and over again. So it happens no matter how much you try to prevent it. It happens.
And what's the look in your colleagues' eyes when that's happening?
They're all off stage just praying that you get through it. I remember they were all listening that night, and they were like, but you navigated out of it really well. And I was like, no, I didn't. My life's over.
Well, hardly, as we're talking about. So to go back to the holidays, I was also interested to read that you've played Frank Sinatra in a musical in the UK. Frank Sinatra is synonymous with the holidays. Has he filtered into who you are as a performer now?
Absolutely. I mean, what's wonderful is, obviously taking on a voice like that and a role like that, I was inspired a lot by my Italian relatives growing up, and the music that they listened to. I think my grandmother, Geraldine Padula, put Frank Sinatra on for me as soon as I could listen to music. And crooners and that era of jazz has really influenced me over the years, and is not a side of myself that I really got to share a lot when I was younger. I was asked to sing a lot of pop rock music and sing really high, and I was like, well, secretly I'm listening to the greats at home and listening to Frank Sinatra at home. So it is a wonderful time every year to get to bring some of that style into my music and show that side of myself as well.
Well, speaking of style, we have a little bit more from your album. This is All I Want for Christmas Is You. Well, let me play a little bit, and then you can tell us how you approach, speaking of approaching big songs, how you approach this one. But let's play a little bit first.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus will make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own.
Well, we know Mariah. I mean, I have to be
you
careful.
can't live up to Mariah.
Yeah, I have to be careful.
So you got to approach it differently, right? And yeah, I think, the arranger of that album, he's a friend of mine. He's the music director of Mamma Mia revival on Broadway right now. His name is Will Van Dyke, and he is absolutely incredible. And if you hear this album, you'll notice that the take on a lot of the songs is blues and funk is how we were approaching it. So I remember when I got the sheet music to this arrangement and he had charted it that day, it said at the top of it, beach funk. And I was like, all right, let's go with that. Let's see what that turns into. And I think we found a nice vibe with it and turned it into something of our own. But I also, along with listening to Frank Sinatra growing up, I had a huge influence with a lot of soul music growing up, and I was that kid listening to Marvin Gaye and Sam Cooke and a lot of blues singers as well, and so I've always tried to tie that into my music, and I think I was really, really pushing that when we made this album in 2015, I think. So we were sitting there and wanted to just find maybe a vibe on the song that somebody hadn't done yet.
Well, final question for you, because we have a crack research team here, and I understand that part of what made you realize as a young man that maybe it was time to come out was a particular attraction to Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
So the big question for you, do you know where I'm going with this?
Dying.
Is Die Hard...
Oh, Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
Okay, yeah.
100%. Oh, and I love this question. And yes, that was a part of my awakening in many ways. Die Hard and also The Fifth Element, Oh, yeah. I don't know if you've seen that movie, but there's an orange tank top that, changed my life, guys.
But it's unquestionably, because I happen to agree with you, that Die Hard is a holiday movie.
It's a holiday movie, absolutely. I mean, it rings in the holiday cheer for me. Come on, that's one of the most feel-good movies ever.
Right, it all ends well. A little blood.
Exactly.
Well, Matt Doyle, it has been so much fun to speak with you. Congratulations on coming home and all the success you've had.
Thank you so much, Jared. I really appreciate it. I'm so excited to come to Worcester.
Massachusetts native Matt Doyle is a Tony Award-winning actor known for his performances in Company, Spring Awakening, and The Book of Mormon. He'll be home for the holidays by way of Make the Season Bright, a holiday concert that is part of the Broadway and Worcester series. You can catch him on Wednesday, December 10th at the Brick Box Theater at the Jean McDonough Art Center. For tickets and information, visit BroadwayandWorcester.com. Coming up, too big to fail, how the 6-ounce cookies at Levven Bakery proved to be a recipe for success. That conversation is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Real talk, exciting guests, and your calls. That's what makes BPR.
We talk about the stories shaping our country and community, from your neighborhood to Washington.
With humor, curiosity, and debate, Jim.
Real stories, real people, and the kind of conversation you won't hear anywhere else.
Nowhere else puts this on the radio.
Join us for BPR weekdays from 11 till 2 here on GBH 89.7 or watch on the GBH News YouTube channel.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Art Complex Museum in Duxbury, featuring Traces, a new exhibit by Maine artist Kitty Wales, plus works by the Boston printmakers and a special exhibit of miniatures from the museum's collection. More at artcomplex.org. And Revels. Audiences can experience the joy of the holiday season with Midwinter Revels, a Scandinavian story for Christmas, December 12th through 28th at Sanders Theater, Harvard University. Tickets at revels.org/midwinter. And the School of the Museum of Fine Arts at Tufts University, hosting its annual art event December 5th through the 7th, connecting Boston area art lovers with contemporary art since 1978. Learn more at smfa.tufts.edu.
Support independent local journalism. Gain a possible tax advantage and clear out your garage all in one when you donate your old vehicle to GBH this holiday season. Learn more at gbh.org/vehicle donation.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show. A programming note, tune in Tuesday when rock and literary legend Patti Smith joins me about her new memoir, Bread of Angels. But right now, given that this is National Cookie Day, it weighs almost half a pound, it's lopsided, it's craggy, and people wait in very long lines for it, ship it across the country, and spend years trying to crack its secret at home. All that devotion for a cookie from Levven Bakery. Behind that boulder-sized baked good are Pam Weeks and Connie McDonald, they turned a tiny Upper West Side shop into a bakery with a national following. This year marks Levven Bakery's 30th anniversary. To celebrate, the pair have published a new book, Levven Bakery, a story of friendship, community, and cookies. You can catch them tonight at 7 at Lovestruck Books and Cafe in Harvard Square. Pam Weeks, Connie McDonald, welcome to the Culture Show. It's great to have you both here.
Thank you
hi,
so
Jared.
much. We're excited to be here.
Well, and we should mention, of course, you have your Boston locations, but I know you're both athletes. I'm a big runner myself. So, Pam, I'll start with you of how cookies and athleticism fit into your origin story.
Well, I think I've always loved to eat, and I've always been active, and the more active you are, the more you can eat. And anything freshly baked, I have a terrible sweet tooth. So a cookie, to me, is the perfect fuel to get me through the day.
And this is how you met Connie.
It is. We actually met in a swimming pool in like 1987 in Midtown Manhattan at a YWCA. We became fast friends and started training for triathlons back in the early days of triathlon, when there were no really great or even good like power bar solutions, and we started making our chocolate chip walnut cookie just for ourselves as a fun treat, or kind of like refueling after a long workout. And so it was really super fun.
So if people haven't had your cookies, I have had many of your cookies because it's in a very strategic location for somewhere I am often. How do you begin to describe them?
Well, personally, I think they're really satisfying because they're big, so they're great to share, and we love to share our food. But they're also so big that you've got a little bit of crunch on the outside, and then as you work your way in, it gets softer and chewier and gooey, usually because they're still warm. So, like, texture in food is really important to both Connie and I. So, the chocolate chip walnut satisfies all of that.
Well, how did you have the sense that this was something worth leaning into? I want to ask Connie, especially you. You had some interesting days here in Boston and California, as I read in your book before joining the cookies.
Yes.
Cookies and cocaine. Let that be a little tease. So, Connie, what did you recognize in what you were doing that you thought this is worth investing in time, effort, and all the things?
Well, yeah, as you saw my story, I took a little bit of a circuitous route to where I am. And some of those days were kind of dark days for me, and they definitely left. It was hard, I had some hard times, and I worked at a lot of different jobs and kind of struggled with who I was, what I wanted to be. And when I finally did find cooking and baking, I knew that I finally found my, like, where I was happy and my home. And, and then, Pam and I decided to, create this bakery. Because we wanted not just to, like Pam does, and I don't think it's a terrible sweet tooth. I think it's an amazing sweet tooth. But we both wanted someplace that was, yes, a great place where we could bake and things, but more a great place that we could just like have an amazing time with our neighbors and the people that we were working with. And so that's been the really joyful part of the whole thing.
Well, that's what I love about your book. As I went through it, I realized you're not entirely the authors here. There are so many pages where you turn it over to, Connie, as you just said, to the community, people with special relationships to your stores or what you've done for them over the years, so the people who have served on your teams. How has that developed?
Well, I think that, as Connie said, we wanted a place to be where we were part of a community, where we had so much fun at work every day, because, you have to work, face it. We all have to work. So you might as well enjoy what you're doing. And we've always said, if you don't like what you're doing, let us help you find something else, because you should be happy. So, we opened on 74th Street, and, you bond with the people you're working with, and we got to know the neighbors, and it's just been amazing. And so, we started thinking back over the years and started asking people if they'd want to, talk a little bit about their experience in relationship to the bakery. And everyone said yes. Everybody was so generous in saying they would love to do it. And as we started talking to them and getting their memories and stories, it's like, we don't need to write anything. They're telling it so much better than we ever could. We've made so many amazing friends over the years.
Well, one of the stories in particular I really liked is that people would come to you maybe in some of the early days especially when maybe Apple Pay and credit cards weren't so readily available. They would order a lot, and if they didn't have the money with them, you would say, just come back and pay me later?
Yeah, for sure. And they always did, and it's like, and so I think that was a genuine, and we would still do it again, like today. And it's definitely a genuine gesture that I think really resonates with people. And like you were saying, Jared, like the stories, what I find so amazing, and I know Pam does too, like, and it can really make you emotional, is that everyone has a story, and about their relationship with either the cookie or 74th Street or the stairs or, whatever it is. As a matter of fact, we've been fortunate enough to be very busy here in Boston, and we actually saw someone this morning who actually came running up to us with this huge hug and was just saying that, he loved like waiting in line at 74th Street and how it was actually making him kind of emotional thinking about it.
That's extraordinary.
It really kind of was.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's amazing. And I don't think, we've been really busy over the past 30 years, and you don't take a lot of time to kind of think retrospectively. You're just kind of thinking about what you're doing right now. And so it's been really so gratifying to stop a minute and think about it, and back to the whole thing. Like, we've always operated with trust, I guess, and trusting our team members and helping them and the community. And I think it's just a nice way to live.
You've also been so careful in how you've built your business. If people are just tuning in, I'm speaking with Pam Weeks and Connie McDonald. They are the co-founders of Levven Bakery. Their new book is Levven Bakery, A Story of Friendship, Community, and Cookies. Tonight at 7, you'll find them at Lovestruck Books and Cafe in Harvard Square. By the way, I didn't want to leave people with the impression that you were having cocaine-fueled nights. This was happening in front of you. As you write in the book, in California, what happened when you went on this job interview at William Morris?
Yeah, well, it was early 1980s, and it was just kind of one of those. You're as surprised as I was, but it kind of, that was the atmosphere of what was going on then. And
you were in this job interview, and this guy in your job interview
yeah, it was my second interview.
Oh, okay.
And we were just kind of, and it was surprising, kind of like during conversation, just kind of takes out some cocaine and starts.
Well, you didn't know what it was, right?
I did not know what it was. I did not know what it was.
Oh, flour, good for making cookies.
Yeah, I know. Those were crazy times.
Well, speaking of unusual, let's talk about your business and friendship relationship. You both started out living together out of necessity, and you were telling me just as you walk in, you still do. This works.
We do.
Yeah. As I was saying, we had an opportunity once we got a little more financially stable to get our own places, and we have a friend who's a broker who is helping us, and she's like, you can't do that. You get so much more together, and it's worked. And as Connie was saying, I think you've got someone to call you on any insanity. It keeps you sane. As you get a little older, hopefully you've got somebody else to look out for you.
Yeah, I have fun living with my best friend.
Yeah.
It's like, why not?
Well, I was struck in the book, you say that each of you takes turns having the bad day. That's one of the strategies for your success.
Well, that's the way it seems, right? It's like, it does always seem as though, I think that neither of us has like really bad days very often, right? Yeah. But if that does happen, then it usually is like, the other one can either like lift you up or just let you be and kind of cover you, But I feel most fortunate thing in my life is to have met Pam as my best friend and business partner, and has turned out like my most trusted partner in life, and we have the same values. Everything just kind of
works. I was
going
to say that. So people ask like how you work with a partner in business, and because so many businesses partners fail and
especially
split up
after 30 years.
Yeah. Well, even much sooner.
That's the sad part.
Yeah, and it's really sad because I have great businesses and they started out with a great friendship. But I think that what Connie was saying, that we have the same basic values, and I think having the same values is necessary in any kind of relationship, personal or business. If you're trying to do business with somebody that you don't agree with on the basic things, you're in trouble.
Well, and of course, the fundamental commonality is baking.
Yeah.
What is it? How would you each of you describe what baking is in your life?
Baking to me was always like relaxing and soothing and like something. I remember coming home when I was, a teenager and lifeguarding. I'd come home at night and bake. I would love to bake. I just loved I love baking desserts, essentially. My mom made bread, and that was great, but I liked the desserts.
And then, Connie, you said after some difficult times, you found this was your bliss.
Yeah, I love baking bread. I love shaping bread. I love baking bread. I love playing great music while I'm baking bread, and I love doing it alone.
I think there's something really satisfying in doing something from start to finish. So you start with just simple, basic ingredients, and you come at the end, you've got an amazing product, and you're physically doing it, which is really nice. And there's something really meditative to me about that. We still make all of our cookies by hand, and we scale each cookie individually. Each cookie is weighed, even to this day. And some people don't like doing things like that, but you can really kind of get into the zone, and it's really relaxing. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
What's the importance for that for you to make sure? You're reminding me of artists, actually, as you're talking about this. Artists who need to make sure they keep their hand in the work and they're not outsourcing it, that the process remains fundamental.
That's right. It's like sometimes people will say to us, don't you get bored with doing that? And it's like the opposite for me. And like Pam was saying, especially like at the bakery, each one of our bakeries, we do everything from start to finish every day. And so it's not like a mass-produced bakery. So, you really do get to learn, if you're paying attention to what you're doing, you really do get to learn like this process. And I think of baking bread every day. I might be making the same thing every day, but every day it's different. And I'm learning about it. And I guess I get kind of nerdy because I think about like the dough I made and you can get excited about it. I wish you had done it better, but it's, I just think it's kind of a mesmerizing thing.
Well, I think you're always learning. I think there's always, you learn better ways to do things, you discover things. It's, I don't know, baking, bread making, wine making, chocolate, coffee. I feel like there are definite parallels through all of the processes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have been talking
a lot.
We happen
to love them all, don't we? That's the problem.
All the things you just listed, I certainly love too. Coffee, chocolate. Maybe this is why I'm bringing out the cookies right now. So you have a couple of tins. So you can walk me through for people, especially on our YouTube stream, who haven't seen your cookies. By the way, when I just opened the top of this tin and the scent that just came in, these are warm cookies I have right in front of me. You keep your choices pretty minimal, which I think is also very shrewd. What do I find in here?
So on the right, on your left side, I guess, is our classic chocolate chip walnut. That's the first cookie that we ever made, and that's a personal favorite of both of ours. We find that really satisfying. The texture is great. For the 30th anniversary, which is this month, we created a white chocolate macadamia, which is something that people have requested for years, and we felt like it was a nice complement to the chocolate chip walnut. So those are the two that are in that tin.
And how do you experiment? This is part of going back to the process that you were just talking about. How do you get there? How do you know this white macadamia, this is where it has finally landed?
Yeah, it's interesting because another thing that I think is really special about our cookies is that they are very simple. And I think that in their simplicity, they really resonate with people. Like they remind people of cookies that they had when they were growing up. And that, I think that really touches people. Like the ingredients are really good ingredients, but they're also really kind of basic.
Butter, sugar, chocolate.
Yeah.
By the way, you don't give the recipe in the book.
We don't. No, we have
we have to have some secrets.
Well, I never understand this. I've asked this of so many authors who've come in too, especially whether it's a restaurant entree or it's another baker. How do you put the recipes? And each person has a different answer, but I feel like you're giving away the secret.
Yeah, I mean, I think that everybody's going to make it different. Even if we gave away the recipe, it would never be the same as it is when you come in the bakery for so many reasons. But we included 5 of our favorite recipes in the book. So, and we thought that they were really good recipes for you to make at home and share with friends and family. And there are ways to make variations on them. So we're excited to share those recipes.
Right. So I think an important thing too is just to be sure that people are aware that it is not a cookbook. It's more of people are like, well, what kind of book it is? Like, it's kind of like a memoir. Someone told us that it's a great book for someone with some entrepreneurial spirit to read.
Mm-hmm. Or somebody who wanted to start or thinking about starting a business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A nice coffee table book. It's a book with a few recipes in it. Not a cookbook.
Including blueberry muffins. While we're on the track of the things that I really love, you also brought this other tin. So you have holiday treats. So
we do.
You start to change for the holidays as well. By the way, happy anniversary. It's coming up on December 17th. I didn't realize it was exactly this month.
It is.
Your 30th anniversary. So what do we find in this tin as you explore the holidays?
So we have some of our classics in there. The dark chocolate peanut butter, I think, is to the left, and then to the right, or your left, I guess, is the dark chocolate peppermint, which is our holiday.
Yeah.
So that's our December holiday cookie.
So what was the place of breaking for both of you growing up? Was this part of your households? Were you
cookies during the holidays?
just
absolutely.
Baking? Traditions around this?
Yes.
Not for me.
No.
Different
I noted
household.
that laugh.
Yeah, it was a different. I great parents, great upbringing, but baking in at home and treats and sweets were not part of our daily life.
They were of mine.
So they backfired. It was like my parents, always trying to get me away from the television. And of course, that's the industry I ran toward.
I know.
And then you go and do what you've done as well. So what do you tell people who are starting out? Because that's exactly what I took away from your book, too. It was heartening to find success stories. And I know that you've been through many tribulations over the years, as any flourishing business would find. But what do you fundamentally tell people? I'm sure you speak before business schools and B-school students. What do you tell them to take away from what you've done?
I think that the first answer that comes to my mind is that, I guess we had some, struggles and things, but both of us loved what we did so much that it was just really amazing. And it didn't feel like work. It didn't feel like, because we did work for 7 days a week for probably like 23 years, with maybe a vacation here and there, but not much. But I wouldn't have changed it for the world. So the takeaway to me is do what you really love so that you probably will be successful and you'll be happy along the way.
Yeah. And, everybody makes fun of me a little bit for saying this, but I always say it. It's like, if you focus on, what you're doing and you love what you're doing and the people around you, you have to be aware of your financial situation. But if you focus on money, or if you're doing something for money, chances are you're probably not going to be very happy and maybe not even successful. And also I would say, it's not easy. So if you love something and you believe in it, stick to it, because I feel like so many people have great ideas and they just bail right before they're going to have success. I mean, we had people people close to us say, what are you doing? Just like, get out of it. But we didn't. We believed in it.
Quickly before we close, how do you shut that out? Because I know so many people are told that. I've talked to so many actors and singers over the years who have told, nope, you don't have the talent. There was one teacher who has told them that, and yet they kept. Jane Eaglin, our Grammy-winning opera star who's often here, has talked about that, and yet she kept going. How did you close it out?
I don't know. I think we were just so happy with what we were doing.
We were having fun, and we believed in it, and we were at a point where, like, why would you stop now? We need to see where this is going to go, and nothing. I feel like nothing is easy all the time. There are always going to be challenges, no matter what you're doing.
Well, and I mentioned Patti Smith at the top of this.
I know,
so amazing.
She talks about this in her book, that you have to work so hard. It's just the artistic talent isn't just what lands you anywhere. There's so much work around it. Well, you both are really, really lovely, as are your cookies, which are phenomenal. Congratulations on 30 years and all of your labor and effort. It's really extraordinary.
Thank you so much, Jared. Thank you for having us.
It's been a pleasure.
Likewise. Pam Weeks and Connie McDonald are the co-founders of Levven Bakery, which has locations in Boston. To mark 30 years in the business, they have a new book, Levven Bakery, a story of friendship, community, and cookies. You can catch them tonight at 7 at Lovestruck Books and Cafe in Harvard Square. To get tickets, go to lovestruckbooks.com. Well, coming up, Cirque du Soleil puts a new spin, literally, on Christmas Eve, trading sugar plums for somersaults in 'Twas the Night Before. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
China makes almost 3/4 of the world's electric vehicles. The megacity of Shenzhen is at the center of that EV dominance.
The buses in Shenzhen have been completely electric since 2017. The taxis have been completely electric since 2018. And now 85% of new vehicles sold here are fully electric.
A Chinese city at the cutting edge of electric cars, next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Liberty Mutual Insurance. Liberty exists to help people embrace today and pursue tomorrow. Proud sponsor of GBH's Stories from the Stage. What a gift. A live in-person event Wednesday, December 10th at 6:30.
Support for GBH comes from you and the law firm of McLean Middleton.
We represent middle market businesses, the kind of businesses that you see every day out in your community.
John Colucci, Managing Director.
It's very worthwhile to sponsor GBH for a number of reasons. You know, it helps us to tangibly show how we care about the community and want the community to prosper.
To learn how GBH can benefit your business, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
Less noise, more news. GBH News 89.7, gbhnews.org, and streaming on the GBH app. Trusted local news.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, streaming on GBH News YouTube channel and, of course, on GBH 89.7. Cirque du Soleil has taken a holiday classic and flipped it, literally, with 'Twas the Night Before, a show where every creature is stirring. It mixes storytelling, dance, and gravity-defying acrobatics to fashion a world that turns Christmas Eve into pure motion. It's on stage at the Bach Center Wang Theater through December 14th. Joining us for an overview is someone who's part of the action, dance captain, that I should say, and performer Artem Tikhonenko. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, I'm happy to be here.
Well, I've seen the show. I saw it a couple of years ago when it was in Boston.
Awesome.
Describe for people who haven't experienced yet how this interprets this long, dearly held story. It was a visit from St. Nicholas.
I think it kind of puts a more of a modern spin on I think what we're used to of like a traditional Christmas story. We include elements that kind of draws in really all ages of anyone that's watching. So there's something in it for everyone, and we kind of use that visit from Saint Nicholas, the poem, to kind of guide this story of this girl that kind of, you know, she's kind of lost her spark for Christmas. She's kind of more interested in more of the things that maybe young people are interested nowadays. She's kind of with her iPad. She's doing, you know, TikTok dances, whatever it might be. And she gets put into this like winter wonderland world. And with the characters that she meets along the way, it kind of takes her on this journey to remind her of that spark of Christmas and the traditions she might have had with her family or her father. And then at the end, she does find it. So it kind of takes you on this journey that's many people might relate to today, and it kind of sets you up to maybe remember what really matters about the kind of Christmas holidays.
Well, as Cirque du Soleil always does, you then shape this story and it's infused with all manner of acrobatics and feats and things that we just in the audience admire. What's the range of talent that we see in this show this year?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, this is my third year doing the show, and still when I watch some of the acts, I still get blown away. Like we have a group of 6 dancers. We have also a bike act, which basically like a BMX flipping, riding it backwards. You're going all over the place. We have a juggler. We have multiple aerial acts. So we have a duo straps. That's really beautiful. We have a hair suspension act,
which I can never understand.
me as well.
A performer who's suspended literally by their hair.
Yeah, no, it's still to this day. Like I watch that act and it's mesmerizing. Like you're kind of left speechless.
And you know her, so you could ask.
Yes, I know. And just watching her like rehearse backstage, and then also just seeing. I mean, I'm off stage at the side, but seeing her like several feet in the air, like spinning faster than I can even count. It's insane.
But at the same time, people could say that about, I'm sure, what you're doing on stage as a dancer, as the dance captain, leading all of this. What does it take to be able to get into a Cirque du Soleil show?
Well, I feel like knowing all the dancers, we kind of have had our own journeys into this show. Me specifically, like I've been dancing since I've been 8 years old. I grew up in Toronto. I grew up dancing at a studio where I was dancing 5 to 6 days a week. So a lot of my childhood was either school and then rehearsal, competitions, recitals, kind of all that.
It's a through line to what the Levven women were just talking about in building their business.
Mm-hmm.
It's work, work, work. If you enjoy it, it's not necessarily work.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I think like I started at such a young age where whenever like the decision was made, like I was young, obviously, but by the time I was doing it, I enjoyed performing on the stage. So it never really felt like, I have to go to this rehearsal or whatever it is. Yes, there's an exchange of time, but for me, it's always been like, I love what I do, so that it never feels like work.
Well, I should mention, you grew up for a time anyway, before moving to the West in Russia, where dance has an extraordinary tradition, of course. How much did that tradition and that culture of arts, infuse your own entrance into dance?
I think I was, I was kind of always around it. I mean, I'm the only, let's say, professional dancer in my family, but I moved to Toronto when I was fairly young, but still my mother was always kind of in the dancing culture. It's a little bit more traditional back then or over there, but I was always kind of involved. And then even when I moved to Toronto, when I joined a dance studio, my director was also Russian. So he actually grew up from Russia himself, and he spent more time as a professional dancer there. So I kind of was always around the same kind of energy. And I think that kind of pushed me forward to keep striving towards it.
It's funny you say the word energy. I was thinking, what is it? Is it DNA or is it just a philosophy that's embedded in the culture? What do you think it is?
I think, it's just a way of maybe expressing art. I think there's always we always have a lot of shows, and it's always these storylines that are kind of built through in our culture. Like I was always taught, or I wouldn't say taught, but I was always told maybe these stories like growing up, and then seeing them being translated into shows, productions, whether it be like more ballet, more contemporary, or even commercial. I feel like there's just a lot of storytelling involved.
If people are just tuning in, we're speaking about Cirque du Soleil's 'Twas the Night Before, a spin on the holiday classic, on stage through December 14th at the Bach Center Wang Theater. I'm speaking with dancer Artem Tikhanenko. Well, you said to get into Cirque du Soleil, you have to have all the dance moves. So what does this mean? Is it knowing the classical ballet and jazz and contemporary dance? What's all encompassing as you go through that, as you went through that audition process?
Well, actually, that's why I think this is one of those shows that's very interesting to see, especially if you're if you love to watch dance or if you're a dancer yourself growing up, because we have a lot of different styles in the show. I think we actually touch upon almost every style. And that was what was involved in the audition process. Like throughout the show, you'll see a lot of, I think it's a lot of hip hop foundation. So that's kind of the foundation underlying it all. But we touch upon ballet, we touch upon contemporary. There's even some jazz elements to it. So I think what for me auditioning was, I grew up at a very versatile studio. So I was always taught that we had to, even if you gravitate to one style more than the other, it's just as important to even do the things that you might not like as much. And I think that helped me a lot, because when I kind of came here, even if hip hop wasn't my strongest foundation at the time, it's helped me to kind of grow with it as the show goes on.
And I've done a number of stories with Cirque du Soleil over the years, and I've learned about the opportunities performers have too. You can come in and you can work with the teams to shape your acts and cultivate them. How does that work on the dance side? Is there an evolution in what you've done? You mentioned this is your third year with the company. What's the print that you're able to have on the show?
Well, I think what's also a great part about it is, yes, we have like the choreography, and the choreography has been kind of, it was choreographed a few years before I even came. So it's fairly set. But the fun part about it for us dancers is there's a lot of freedom in the show. So there's a lot of moments where we can improvise, where we can act and even have fun with the audience. And that's something, even when we were in Montreal rehearsing with like all the dancers, it's just constant play. Like it's just constant, oh, can we try this? Can we try that? What if we maybe mess this up a little bit, but then it's actually going to be either a funny outcome or it might change this. So I feel like the show's always kind of growing, and we, even not just with us dancers, even with the acrobats on stage, as the show run goes on, we kind of find these different moments on stage to kind of interact with each other, have a different moment, and it's always just growing. So it's really fun, because it's never the same.
What about, for people who are streaming on our GBH News YouTube channel, they will see you in costume. This is not how this is not your typical streetwear.
Unfortunately, no, yes.
So how does we know that is part of the Cirque du Soleil dazzle. It's the music, it's the performances, it's the costumes. How does that inform what you're able to do?
Well, I think like the costumes build this character. Yeah, so even when we're getting put in these costumes, it's actually funny, because we were talking about this with some of the dancers the other day, is when we did a show run through without costume, it felt very different than when we were in costume.
That's fascinating.
And it actually almost felt easier to do the show run through in costume than it did without. And I think that's what it kind of helps us with, is these costumes are built a certain way to kind of portray this image of each character. And we have a lot of different costumes in the show, and I think they're all unique in their own way to kind of give off this, I'm going to go back to the word energy of the character. And I think, yeah, it honestly just helps each and every one of us to kind of, as soon as we put it on, we're entering this world of Cirque du Soleil, and we're also entering this world of like, 'Twas the Night Before the Christmas Show.
There's a lot of craft. I apologize, but I'm kind of scrutinizing you now, especially the hair that's created with your costume. There's no scrimping with these costumes either. This is more than show.
Yeah, no, these costumes, I mean, I don't know. I couldn't imagine how they're possibly built, but there's a lot of factors to this costume. There's a lot of layers, and it's all very detail oriented. And yeah, if you do watch the show, you also see a lot of different. All the other characters have their own kind of take on it. So,
well, you mentioned the practice and the rehearsal you had growing up. What is the rehearsal like when you're in the show and you're performing every night, every day? Are you rehearsing alongside that too?
It depends. I think leading up to the show run, it's pretty quick. It's kind of go. I think for everyone, we have about 3 weeks in Montreal to learn the entire show, and on top of that, to also rehearse contingencies. So kind of, if anyone's out or if we have to adjust in a certain way, we also rehearse those in those 3 weeks. So that's very quick. And then we have about 3 weeks after that to stage the whole show, which is we're kind of integrating with the acrobats. We are doing the lighting. We are running the shows. We're also doing different like backup roles. So I think leading up to the show run, it is very go, go, go. We're about working Monday to Saturday. Average hours are about 10 to 6. So it can get pretty heavy, but once we kind of start the show runs, it's just having fun all day. So
are you allowed to eat Levven cookies when you're when you're performing?
Honestly, yes.
Oh, it's
yes.
Good protein. This is exactly why it all started.
Hey, I tried some yesterday, and I think I had 2. So
we'll send you home with some. We'll send you back to the show with some. Thank you so much for being here today. Congratulations on the show and for being in costume for us. We really appreciate it. I was thinking you must be very warm in that. I know I'm warm in my sweater, which is a little bit similar to yours, actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Artem Tinkanenko is a dancer and dance captain with Cirque du Soleil. 'Twas the Night Before. Their spin on a holiday classic is on stage through December 14th at the Box Center Wang Theater. To learn more, go to boxcenter.org. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or join us live at the Boston Public Library for our Arts and Culture Week in Review. We'll remember legendary playwright Tom Stoppard and his indelible legacy within contemporary theater. Then get ready for your music recap. Spotify Wrapped 2025 has landed. We'll have that and much more. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dellis, and Chelsea Mers. Today's engineer is Bill Piacitelli. Our intern is Avery Morin. And thanks today to Brad Lewis for running our YouTube stream. I can never get that word out. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World. Up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Bryant University, ranked 5th in the nation by LinkedIn's 2025 Top Colleges list for internships and recruiter demand. Committed to preparing students to be day one ready for success. Learn more at bryant.edu.
Anytime you're looking for a snapshot of history, a window into the past, or the perfect partner in crime, GBH has you covered. Find all your favorite GBH shows streaming now on the PBS app.
I'm Arun Roth. Coming up on GBH's All Things Considered, the Tufts graduate student arrested by ICE this spring is fighting to get her student visa reinstated. A new climate study shows New England is warming faster than almost any other region in the country. And we hear the word ideology a lot these days from people of all ideologies. We'll look at how its meaning has shifted. That story and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at